Good afternoon and welcome to Ford Field, home of the Detroit Lions for the 2024 MAC Championship. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Gavin here in Detroit. Good to be back here. Miami football trying to win their 18th MAC Championship and their 6th MAC Championship game win here in Detroit. How does it feel to be here, Gavin?
Yeah, absolutely. What a great experience this is just for both schools here, Ohio and Miami. I mean, just absolutely great experience. Second Battle of the Bricks of the year. I mean, how exciting does it get? Doesn't
Really
get better.
sweet, yeah. Yeah, and this is the first year of no divisions in the MAC, so that leads to a lot of really fun matchups. Last year, obviously, Ohio and Miami in the East Division completely scrapped this year, and we've got all Battle of the Bricks, a real rivalry matchup. Last year it was Toledo versus Miami. Miami ended up winning that one. Close one here in Detroit, but this will be a really fun and a really hostile environment. The RedHawks versus the Bobcats. Going to be a special game today. Here starting at 12, just under 35 minutes. How did we get here with these two teams? Well, first I'll talk about the RedHawks. 8-4 on the season, 7-1, which is second in the MAC, and they're on a 7-game winning streak. Gavin, how did the RedHawks get it done?
You know, we talked off air earlier. I think that turning point was that Central Michigan game at Yager Stadium in late October. I mean, they really made a big stride there in that second half of that game. Chuck Martin got his 100 or most winningest coach in that game, I believe, as well. I mean, you saw everything happen and just develop there with the run game. Keon Mosey really stepped up, and he's really explosive back. He's just gotten better and better every single week, and I think he's really opened up that air attack that Brett Gabbert loves to use, and Chuck Martin. I mean, you got three of the best receivers in the MAC, I think. Cade McDonald's back and healthy. You got Javon Tracy and Reggie Virgil. I mean, these guys can all grab 100 yards today, in my opinion, and I just like the air attack. I like the run game with Keon Mosey, and this defense has just been unbelievable. I mean, Brian Ugu, he's gotten the pressure all year. Matt Solopek, I mean, of course, he's amazing. You got that linebacker duo there with, I think they're leading the interception duo, right, with linebackers? Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's just been unbelievable. This team has really taken a big turn throughout the season. I think we were 5 games in. We were kind of worried, I mean, honestly.
For sure, yeah.
But we're here now. We're in Detroit. It's kind of been the whole thing since MAC season started. I mean, the road to Detroit, and here it is. One last game. Let's get it done.
RedHawks looking for their 8th straight win, and if you're unfamiliar how the Miami's football season started off, a 1-4 start. They went into Northwestern, fell 6-13, then faced Cincinnati in the battle for the victory bell. Couldn't get it done against them, 16-27 loss. Then they had to go at Notre Dame. Just a really tough 3-game stretch. Nearly lost against UMass, but they ended up winning 23-20 in the rain. And then falling to Toledo 20-30 in the Glass Bowl. So after kind of those first 5 games, it felt like the sky was falling for the RedHawks, but really rallying around this offense that has really exploded. I mean, ever since that CMU game, this Miami offense has been clicking, and this engine has been humming for sure. Of course, on the All-MAC awards got announced a few days ago. RedHawks have 6 All-MAC players on that team, including Brett Gabbert, who's a first-team All-Selection, Keon Mosey, second-team All-Selection, over 1,000 rushing yards. You've got Reggie Virgil, second-team, Javon Tracy, first-team, and Cade McDonald, who didn't get selected, but he's the number 11 in receiving yards. So just a really fantastic offense, and finally getting their props here at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about Keon Mosey, 1,000 yards he surpassed last week. I mean, Keon Mosey, beginning of the year, we were worried. Who was our running back one, honestly? And do we have a running game? I think 3 games in, we were a bottom 3 team in all of college football with our run game. I mean, it was a real worry. We were a one-dimensional offense, and if you would have told people now in the future that we'd be like this with this run game, Keon Mosey, 1,000 yards surpassed, and Brett Gabbert with his air attack with those 3 receivers, I mean, I think you'd be like, nah, I don't believe that. I wouldn't have believed you 12 weeks ago, honestly.
I mean, he's a player that, you know, coming into the season, not really many people expected much out of him. only 151 yards last year, 471 the year before, but he has absolutely exploded. I mean, pretty much out of nowhere, almost 1,100 rushing yards on the ground, multiple 100-plus rushing games. I mean, this is just a special performance from Keon Mosian right when the RedHawks needed it. I mean, they needed a bell cow back. They needed a guy who would just go up the gut and punish those defensive lines, and he's done just that.
And Keon Mosey's that explosive back. You know, every time he touches the ball, you're worried maybe he's going to break through for a 75-yard touchdown here. He's one of those guys, he's going to break through the middle of the line. He can cut through there. If he gets outside, it's a scary sight as well. I mean, we've seen him explode from many different places on the offensive field. I mean, he's been a true help to this offense, and once again, he's opened up that air attack. I mean, I'd almost put him as the MVP of this offense.
Wouldn't agree with you more there. We'll turn it over to the defense. 6 All-MAC players as well. Of course, led by Matt Salapak, Defensive Player of the Year last year. First team All-MAC selection, no surprise for that. Eli Blakey, another guy, All-MAC third team, second in tackles. Corbin Hondrew, a guy who has really emerged. He didn't earn an award, but number 6 in interceptions, he's emerged in a big way. Ty Wise, Rayon Strader, Brian Agu, Corey Suttle, all getting All-MAC selections. I mean, how special is this defense, Gavin?
It's unbelievable. You said a name there. I don't think we talked about him enough this season. Rayon Strader, he's been unbelievable. He was a first-team All-American as a freshman on the freshman All-American team, and I think he's gotten better somehow. Like, truly. 16 pass breakups this year. I mean, he's leading all of the FBS in pass breakups. That's a number you got to look at and kind of keep an eye out on for today even. I mean, he's been a true impact out there. He's locks down their best receiver today. I think Coleman Owen, their best receiver, he's at 1,032 yards for Ohio. That matchup today, Rayon Strader, Coleman Owen, I can't wait for that.
Get your popcorn ready for that.
Get your popcorn ready, absolutely. I mean, that's a fun one. But, yeah, I mean, you got Brian Ugu. I mean, he's just a force down in the trenches. He really gives every team havoc in the MAC so far, and he's just done a great job. I think he's a big part of this game today with that run game that OU shows. I think Brian Ugu is really going to cause a lot of havoc in there.
Agree with you there once again. We'll turn it over to OU, the Ohio Bobcats, coming in with a record of 9-3 on a 5-game winning streak. Their last loss came against these RedHawks about 6 weeks ago. This is a team that last year they made a bowl game. They beat Georgia Southern 41-21. But this is a team that lost a ton of talent. I mean, I'll just fire off a few names. Curtis Rourke, quarterback for Indiana right now. Cy Bangira, their leading rusher, gone. Sam Wiglet's gone, graduated, the top receiver for them, and they lost a ton of defensive starters. I mean, Gavin, what a turnaround it's been for Coach Tim Albin earning Coach of the Year honors for the MAC a few days ago. Just what a performance by them and what a coaching masterclass this year.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. I mean, a lot of people had them projected bottom of the MAC. I mean, truly, they lost their starting quarterback. They lost all these key pieces, and it was just kind of like, is OU in a rebuild situation right now? Do they need to hit the transfer portal harder next year and all this? Is OU a feeder program? You saw all these kind of things, and it was just like, man, maybe this I was worried about this rivalry here with Miami and OU, but wow, were we sadly mistaken. I mean, we're here in Detroit now. They're playing Miami OU for the second time of the year. I mean, it's kind of super impressive. They've shown a really good threat with their run game on offense, and then their defense has been lights out this season. So, I mean, I've been impressed with OU for sure.
Talk about the top performers this year for the Bobcats. Of course, led by Parker Navarro, All-MAC second team. Listen to this, number 10 in passing yards and number 5 in rushing yards. I mean, what a special season it's been for him.
Yeah, he really shows a good threat with his legs and his arm. I mean, doesn't have many passing touchdowns, only 10, but you know when he drops back, he might take off still. That's kind of the threat he shows, and that's one of those things you got to really worry about, and that's what I think Miami's really has to focus on today is Navarro's legs, because you know they're going to drop back and do those QB design draws and all of that, but how are you going to contain him when he's trying to extend the play with his legs? This is really a big question for Miami today, and it's something that you didn't really see much though the first game with these two. I mean, you ended up seeing him Navarro get taken out. What was that in the third quarter, the fourth quarter? I mean, OU kind of struggled against Miami's defense last time, so I'm interested to see OU's adjustments on the offensive side for sure, and even their defensive side. And then I'm also super excited to see how Miami adjusts to those.
In terms of running back rooms, led by nearly a 1,000-yard rusher in Anthony Tyus, All-MAC second-team selection, number 2 in rushing yards in the conference. Another big season for him.
Yeah,
with
he's
the
been
Bobcats.
outstanding. He's been outstanding. He's one of those guys that's the engine of the offense. I mean, the offense really does run through him with his threat. Yeah. You can do those read option plays with Navarro and him. I mean, it's just they're a scary offense. You have to really advise of that if you're Miami today.
And finishing off the offense, Coleman Owen, over 1,000 receiving yards, All-MAC first team, no question about it. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to come from Tyus, and it's going to come from Owen. But you talked about it a little bit, Rayon Strader. That's going to be the matchup to watch between him and Owen.
Yeah, that's a matchup that can change the game absolutely. I mean, Rayon Strader he's a young talent, but wow, he's great. He's physical for his size too, I would say. I mean, his open field tackling's been outstanding, but his pass break up, I mean, like I said, 16, he leads all of college football. I mean, that's something you need to keep an eye on today. I mean, Coleman Owen, Rayon Strader, that's the matchup of the day for me. That's what I had circled when I had this game. I mean, right away, that's the matchup I thought about. I can't wait for that.
Could be a game changer if OU doesn't get that connection going. Got to kind of shuffle the deck floors. We'll see what happens with that.
Absolutely.
Turning it over to this defense, few All-MAC selections, of course led by Blake Leak, the All-MAC third-team selection. 76 total tackles on the season. Solid player for the defense. Shea Taylor, All-MAC third-team once again, and DJ Walker, an All-MAC second-team, along with Bradley Weaver, who's an All-MAC first-team. That's probably their biggest defensive weapon. He's the number 2 sack man with 8 so far this season for the Bobcats.
Yeah, the Bobcats defense is a very physical defense. You kind of saw them get stunned, it almost seemed like in Yeager, though. It was almost like they didn't expect Miami's offense to explode on them like they did in that first half. And I think today OU's defense is the win or lose part of their team. I mean, if they show up, this game's going to be close for 4 quarters, and it's going to be a dogfight to the end. And we're going to be sitting here with 2 minutes left, shaking in our boots as Miami fans, honestly. But if Miami comes out there and their offense punches them right in the face, I mean, I see this one getting kind of ugly. I truly do. So I really think there's a lot of pressure on OU's defense today, and whether they can step up or not. So they got to be physical up front. They got to put pressure on Gabber, and their defensive backs have to eliminate those big plays with Reggie Virgil, Javon Tracy, and K. McDonald. I mean, those 3 receivers are huge.
In terms of championships, Ohio is 0-5 in MAC championship games. They haven't won a MAC championship since 1968. Meanwhile, Miami, obviously defending champions. They have 4 MAC championship game wins, searching for number 5 today. And they have 17 MAC championships, looking for number 18. I mean, this is not only a huge game in terms of rivalries, but this is huge for OU. If they win, they'll get their first MAC championship in about 60 years.
Yeah, this is kind of a dream scenario for Ohio fans, I believe. I mean, they get to beat off their rival if they can do that, and they win a MAC championship for the first time since 1968. I mean, huge day for their school, but I mean, and then you got Miami. They're looking to become back-to-back MAC champions. So a lot of things on stake for both teams today, and I'm excited, man. This is awesome. Ford Field MAC championship, bunch on the line, Battle of Bricks Part 2. Let's get it on. Can't wait.
The RedHawks, they have repeated, won 1973 to 1975. So this is going to be long time coming if Miami can do it. And the last time there was a repeat champion, it was NIU, 2011 to 2012. So trying to make history once again. We'll turn it over to the scoreboard segment, a full slate of action today. But we'll talk a little bit about yesterday's action. 3 games, Gavin. What was your top game pick?
Oh, Boise State UNLV was obviously the game that I think most people had their eyes on last night in college football. And you kind of saw, obviously, Ashton Genty, Heisman hopeful. I mean, it's kind of down to him or Travis Hunter of Colorado. But you saw Ashton Genty kind of take strides right when the game started like he has all season. I mean, he exploded for a 75-yard rushing touchdown. I mean, he was dominant in the first half. But then you saw UNLV's defense kind of adjust to that in the second half. And I believe Boise State went unscored in the second half. Is that right?
I think so.
So UNLV just kind of late to the party. I mean, didn't have enough in the second half, but great game there. I mean, loved watching it. I watched from start to finish, and then Army Tulane was one of those things where you kind of like is Army legit still is one of those things that's been questioned all year, I believe, and I think they really proved that yesterday with the Tulane win. Tulane's a solid team, and they pulled off a 21-point win against Tulane, 35-14. So big win for Army. Big game next week against Navy.
Be a huge game. Army 11-1 on the regular season. I mean, what a game for them. And big game coming up next week. Last one, Jacksonville State winning 52-12. Just a domination performance there from the Gamecocks.
Yeah, that one shocked me because West Kentucky played Jacksonville State the week before and beat them. And then you lose by 40 the next week to the same team. It's kind of one of those head-scratcher moments. So I think if you're a West Kentucky fan, you're a little upset after today's a little bit harder than you wanted it to be. But, yeah, kind of a shocker there at the end of the night.
We'll turn it over to today. A full slate. Already talked about Miami versus Ohio. One game, Iowa State versus Arizona State, the Big 12 championship. I mean, these are two teams that, kind of exceeded expectations is an understatement. They have really soared to the occasion. That one tipping off at 12 o'clock. Should be a fun one between the Sun Devils and the Cyclones.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two teams that I don't think anyone expected to have in this moment. I mean, a lot of people had Colorado maybe or even UC for a second. I mean, they were looking good at the beginning of the season after they had beat Miami, I mean, they looked like a good team in the Big 12, and they kind of fell off. Colorado lost some games down the stretch. And then all of a sudden, Arizona State flew in. You saw Iowa State kind of throughout the whole year, but Arizona State just flew in, and they're in a Big 12 championship, and they have a chance to play in the college football playoff. I mean, that's a fun one. That's a great story there, truly.
Next game, SEC championship, Georgia versus Texas, the two big dogs. I mean, this is a much-watch game here on ABC at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. Number 5, Georgia versus number 2, Texas. I mean, what a game. This is a really special championship game.
This is the one that everyone wants to watch. I mean, if there's one game you get to pick from today out of these huge matchups, the SEC championship is that one that's circled by everybody. A rematch. They played in Texas earlier this year, and Georgia pulled that one off in a big game. They kind of dominated throughout the whole game. I don't expect to see that same outcome this weekend, but I think you got to see a better game from Quinn Ewers if you're a Texas fan this time around. You got to see some better defense on Texas's end. I mean, Georgia kind of ran away with that game pretty early. It was kind of ugly last time, but I don't think anyone's expecting it to be that way again. I think this one comes down to the final seconds, honestly.
It's a neutral game, so that definitely could play an impact in that one.
Absolutely.
Sun Belt Championship, Marshall versus Louisiana. This one, not a lot of people know about this, but the Raging Cajuns always a solid program, and they're trying to win the Sun Belt once again.
Yeah, they kind of run the Sun Belt. They're a powerhouse in there. I mean, with this new conference alignment stuff, too, you might see them moving up in the next few years as well. I mean, yeah, I have Louisiana winning this one. Not easily, but I do have Louisiana winning this one and pulling this one off.
I do too. Louisiana always a kind of a mark-in to win those type of games. Penn State versus Oregon in the Big Ten Championship. Who's your pick for that one?
It's huge. I like Oregon's team. I really do. I mean, they've showed a lot this year with beating Ohio State. Obviously, it was in Oregon, so everyone kind of, all those Ohio State fans, kind of complaining maybe about playing in Oregon. Oh, we'll play them next time in Indianapolis. And then they, obviously, big game last week. They lose. And now you got Penn State here trying to give them a chance in Indianapolis tonight. I have Oregon winning this one. I don't think Penn State's got the talent, honestly, on either end of the football field. I like Oregon's team a lot. They're talented. They're fast. They're physical. I think Oregon's the team to beat right now in college football, honestly.
Oregon's the #1 team. I also have Oregon. I think their defense is too good, too dynamic, and their offense special, led by Dylan Gabriel. Last game, Clemson versus SMU in the ACC championship. Another newcomer, the SMU Mustangs, trying to win the ACC and potentially looking to make the college football playoff.
How good of a story is SMU? How good of a story? I mean,
It's awesome.
Unbelievable. In this one, I have Clemson pulling it off, though, sadly. Part of me really wants that underdog SMU, to play in the college football playoffs. It'd be a really good experience for that school and just everyone, all these fans, But yeah, I got Clemson pulling this one off. I think Dabo Swinney's just that good in big games, and just going to be another thing where Clemson sneaks in. Dabo Swinney kind of masterclass. I mean, all season everyone's like, oh, Clemson's all right.
Writing them off.
Yeah. Kind of written off. They've been written off for the last 2 years now, and I think they sneak into the college football playoffs and win the ACC. I like Cade Klubnik's game a lot. I really do.
Clemson, of course, falling to South Carolina last week, but they're looking to win this one in the ACC championship at 8 o'clock. We'll turn it over to the keys to the game. Gavin, huge game. This is obviously a much different matchup than the game that we saw about 6 weeks ago. Give me some of your keys to the game. How can the RedHawks take down the Bobcats?
So for the RedHawks, I think the obvious thing, if you watch Miami every week, their pass attack is just unbelievable. I think one of the best in the nation, honestly. With Gabbert, I mean, he's obviously super talented. He's a great leader, and he showed that throughout the whole season. He's had a little bit of a turnover issue, which is something to maybe not worry about, but just kind of keep an eye on out today. But I like their pass attack today with those big plays, with Javon Tracy, Reggie Virgil, Cade McDonald. I mean, with those three receivers, I like that pass attack and those big plays. I mean, you're sitting there thinking maybe when they're on the 25-yard line, they can explode for a 75-yard passing touchdown. And eliminate those explosive runs from Ohio. I mean, that's another big one. Just like Miami, I mean, Ohio can have those explosive runs, and you got to contain Navarro. I mean, back there, you don't know if he's going to take off or not. You can't let him extend those plays and make something big out of them, So, containing Navarro is a huge thing, and just, like I said, eliminating those turnovers, whether it's fumbling or Brett Gabbert turning the ball over. I mean, any of those. You just got to eliminate the turnovers. And I think if Miami can do those 4 things, they're going to come out here victorious in Detroit.
I agree with you there. Yeah, I think #1, the defense. This defense, dynamic defense, has been the #1 defense in the MAC. We've seen a lot of teams kind of put up those numbers, put up 30, 40 points, but, every week the RedHawks play those teams, they shut them down. I see this playing a similar theme today. The defense led by Salapak, Ty Wise, Bryan, just cast of old from last year, coming back and doing more of the same that we've seen them doing all year long, dominating. And I expect, to see a few turnovers at the start. Really expect this defense to stay really hungry and try and make it tough on these Bobcats. Should be fun to see. And, of course, on the offense, I mean, if you get Mosey going, you can really expand this game. And I think it's going to come down to Keon Mosey, along with the wide receivers, but more importantly, Mosey. It'll come down to him on the ground.
Absolutely, yeah. Keon Mosey is one of those names that you just kind of always have to think about when you're playing Miami now. I mean, and you didn't think that at the beginning of the year, which is kind of the interesting part with all of that. But, yeah, absolutely, this defense has just been unbelievable. They've been put in tough situations, and they make it through a lot of those times. So that's what I like about this defense. They're battle-tested, and they've shown a lot of great signs this year. And here's their chance to really show it one more time before that bowl game.
And for the Bobcats, how can they win against the RedHawks? This is obviously kind of a flipped situation. Miami last year coming in as the underdogs. Now they're obviously the favorites. How can the Bobcats do the same thing that the RedHawks did against the Rockets last year?
There's one thing I had circled here, and that's Ohio's got to win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. I mean, they just have to win the line of scrimmage. That's a huge part. They got to get pressure on Gabbert on the defensive side, and on the offensive side, they got to open up those big runs. They've got to really dominate Bryan, which is going to be a hard task for them. I mean, they got to get those linebackers, make sure that they're not filling those gaps. I mean, Solopek's a outstanding player. You got to contain him. You got to make sure he's not causing ruckus and this outside. I mean, like I was talking about earlier, Rayon Schrader's a great tackler too. I mean, he doesn't show it physically with his size or anything, but he's going to show it on the field. And I think you guys gotta win that line of scrimmage. That's a big part. And then Navarro's legs, obviously. I mean, talked about Miami has to stop that, but Ohio's got to use that to their advantage. I mean, they've really got to let him extend plays when needed and break off for those big runs like he usually does. So, I mean, those are two things. I mean, the run game, obviously, that comes with Navarro. I mean, the more Navarro can use his legs and they can use that run game, and just a better chance that Ohio has in this one. And just containing those explosive plays for Miami. I mean, that's what Miami's offense has done all year. Brett Gabbert's had those big touchdown passes. Keon Mosey's had those explosive 75-yard touchdown runs. So you just got to stop those, eliminate those, and I think Ohio would be in a good spot in the second half here if they can do those.
As a reminder, Navarro, the number 5 rusher in the back. You don't see that happen from a quarterback very often, but he's going to be the X factor for sure for this Bobcats team. Gavin, before we finish up, what's your score prediction in this one?
So my prediction here, I have the RedHawks winning a close one, 24-13. Closer than most people think, maybe. Maybe lower scoring than most people think too, but this is the MAC championship. I mean, defense is going to be shown. I think Miami's offense is just too much for Ohio once again, and the experience with Brett Gabbert plays a huge role in this one. I mean, Miami's defense has been dominant the whole season, and I don't see Ohio's offense really changing that today. So I see Miami winning this one 24-13. Great game here in Detroit, and Miami's going to leave victorious.
Like the sound of that. I'm going with a similar tune. The RedHawks winning 24-20. Close matchup. We saw it last year. Miami won 23-14. It was close pretty much up until the end. Miami and Avion Smith bursting away for a late touchdown. But give me the RedHawks 24-20. I think it's going to come down to that first quarter. Who's going to come out hot? Who's going to come out hungry? And I expect the RedHawks to do that. But don't be surprised if you see Reggie Virgil, Javon Tracy scurry away for 60-plus yard receiving touchdowns. We've seen it happen a lot in recent games, and I expect that to happen today.
See, I think if that happens more than once today, if there's more than one explosive play from Miami's offense, this one could get ugly. And my prediction will be way off. That's what I think. So a lot of pressure on Ohio's defense once again. So this is going to be a fun one. I can't wait. Here in Detroit, one last time for the Battle of Bricks this year. Let's go.
Turn it over to Luke and Bryan for the rest of this one. Game begins in about 7.5 minutes. Should be a fun one. We hope you stay with us here for the Battle of the Bricks #2 on Red Hawk Radio. It's Miami football on Red Hawk Radio as Miami enters the field. Appreciate you for tuning in. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Gavin. We'll see you at the halftime show. In the meantime, stay with us. You're listening to Miami football here at Ford Field.
The road to repeat finishes up here today. The Miami RedHawks are back in the Mid-American Conference Championship for the second time in as many years, looking to win Chuck Martin's third title at the helm of this RedHawk program. And who better to do it against than the arch-in-conference rival. First year without divisions in the MAC and the first interdivision rivalry conference championship. Miami and Ohio meet in the second battle for the bricks this season in 2024. This time with higher stakes, they're playing for the MAC championship here at Ford Field in Detroit. Alongside Bryan Miller, Poley with you. Bryan, go back to early August. Miami's in a hotel room in Evanston, Illinois, getting set to play Northwestern in week 1, bringing back about 75% of their starting talent from a previous team that won 11 games. They're thinking victory bell, they're thinking MAC title, they're thinking playoff. Whoa. Fast forward a month and a half later, a couple of those things off the table. Miami's 1-4. Things do not look good for this RedHawk team. However, look where they're at now. Back in Detroit. This team has rattled off now 7 straight wins, and they'll have a chance to repeat. Chuck Martin said it in his midweek presser a number of times. Nobody repeats. And for this Miami team to turn it around in the middle of the season like they did has been really impressive to watch.
Yeah, it really has. I remember going to that makeshift stadium in Northwestern the end of August and coming away a little disappointed after a 1-4 start. It really tests your will as a team. It really tests your leaders and just how connected you are as a team. And Miami really responded to the challenge, winning 7 straight games to end the season. But they're going up against an Ohio team today that is also really hot. They have not lost since Miami beat them in October.
As Bryan mentioned, this Ohio team is red hot, as is Miami. Each of these teams carrying in lengthy win streaks for the RedHawks, 7 in a row for Ohio. They've won their last 5 after dropping a 30-20 decision to the RedHawks earlier this season at Yager Stadium. That game, though, Bryan, was not particularly close throughout. RedHawks led 30-6 late before a couple of Ohio touchdowns when the game was at hand. However, much like this Miami team did a couple weeks earlier in the season, Ohio has looked significantly improved since then and really have not faced any resistance from opponents since that loss.
No, they really haven't. In that game against Ohio in the regular season, the Miami defense did a really, really good job of shutting down the Ohio quarterback, Parker Navarro. Held him 13-22 on passing attempts, 88 yards passing, no touchdowns, 2 INTs. But he's certainly a dual threat, and Miami shut him down on the ground too. 11 carries, only for 38 yards. If Miami's defense is able to hold him to similar numbers today, they should have a lot of success.
And one guy that will be ultra motivated here this afternoon will be RedHawk quarterback Brett Gabbert. He started in the game way back in 2019 as a true freshman, won a conference title. Didn't think that now 5 years later in his 6th season with the RedHawks he'd be back starting. Had to watch from the sidelines as this Miami team took the MAC crown last year. Said obviously he loved to see his team win it, but it killed him to not play in that game after suffering a season-ending injury to Toledo. Season-ending injuries the last 2 years for Gabbert. He returned as a preseason All-MAC selection and followed it up with a first-team All-MAC performance here this season. And he's going to be a guy that is tremendously motivated to get his team a win as he looks to cement his RedHawk legacy as a 3-time MAC champion this afternoon. Ohio won the toss. They've deferred to the second half, and the kick is away from left to right into the end zone. It flies. We are underway here in Detroit. So glad you could be with us this afternoon. Alongside Bryan Miller, my name is Poley. 2024 MAC Football Championship from the home of the Detroit Lions. The RedHawks are in their red uniforms as the home team. Miami 8-4, winners of 7 in a row after an 0-1 start to MAC play. And the RedHawks will line up on 1st and 10 out of the shotgun with Brett Gabbert standing with his toes on the right hash of his own 20-yard line. The back is Keon Mosey to his right, 4-down lineman for Ohio. This is one of the best run defenses in the MAC for the Bobcats. They allow under 100 yards per game, only team that can say that in the conference. Gabbert takes the snap, back to pass on 1st down, looking deep down the far side, and he overshot his man, looking for Javon Tracy. Had a little bit of separation there, but Gabbert threw that a foot or two into the Ohio sideline, incomplete at 2nd and 10.
And we've seen this Miami offense. They're not afraid to take the deep shot early. The very first play of the game reminds me of the game at Eastern Michigan. Went to a different receiver. First bomb went to Virgil, but Miami not afraid to be aggressive early.
2 receivers either side for Gabbert, still out of the gun. Ohio showing pressure with 5 in the box and now backing a linebacker out. Gabbert takes the snap, run up the middle on 2nd down. Mosey sauntering through, stays on his feet, and crunches across the 30-yard line, down at the 31. And that's a gain of 6 for Keon Mosey. 108 yards and a touchdown last week across 18 attempts. He's had 100+ in 7 of his last 9. 3rd down and 4 coming up for Miami. And this has been a big struggling point for the RedHawks, Bryan, on the year. 32.9% on 3rd down.
Yeah, they've really had trouble getting those tough yards on 3rd down, getting those 1 or 2 yards.
This will be 3rd and 4, and the RedHawks go empty. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right with Jack Coldiron, the tight end, right side of the line. Gabbert takes the snap, scans right now, left, throws complete to Javon Tracy on the hashes, jukes across the 40 and up to the 44-yard line. He points, 1st down, RedHawks.
We see the Miami offense going with their receivers in the short intermediate pass game, giving them room to work with, do it over and over again. They've been so good at it all season. We'll see if they're able to continue that success today.
Tackle made on the play by the all-MAC nickel, DJ Walker, star redshirt freshman for Ohio, but it's 1st and 10 for Miami after the 12-yard pickup by Javon Tracy. Pistol formation now for Miami. We will likely see them shift this into a shotgun after a couple claps from Gabbert. Jack Coldiron now brought in motion. He was placed wide out left. Now he joins the right side of the line. Gabbert will take the snap in pistol, hand it off right to Mosey, stops his feet, looking to get forward. He's stacked up, and they'll mark him right at the line of scrimmage at the 43-yard line. Lost about a half yard there. Tackle made by the all-MAC defensive end, Bradley Weaver. And they'll call it a loss of 1. 2nd down and 11 coming up from the right hash as Miami works it right to left. 13:05 and rolling to go, opening quarter. First drive of the game between Miami and Ohio. 2nd Battle of the Bricks this year. We're treated to a repeat of one of the MAC's best rivalries. 2nd down and 11 for the RedHawks from the right hash. Gabbert's got 2 wide to the left, those being Johnson and McDonald, 2 wide to the right. Takes the snap, another handoff underneath. Mosey works his way right and worms across the 45. He is ripped down at the 46-yard line. Tackle was made by Bradley Weaver along with Blake Leak after a pickup of 3 for Mosey. It sets up 3rd down and 8.
Tough situation for Miami to be in. Ohio's defense so far this season, just under 38% success rate for opposing teams on 3rd down.
This defense is very, very stingy for the Bobcats. Gabbert takes the snap out of the shotgun on 3rd down, facing pressure, rips it near side, catch made. Javon Tracy breaks out of a tackle, spins across the 40 and into Ohio territory. He's brought down at the 39-yard line. 2 3rd down catches for Javon Tracy as the RedHawks get into Ohio territory. It is a gain of 18, and the RedHawks have it 1st and 10, gain of 15 rather to Tracy. RedHawks have it from the Bobcat 39.
That was quite a throw from Brett Gabbert there. Had to layer it over the Bobcat defender just under the receiver, but had to fit it in with the safeties behind him too. Very good throw there from the 6th year.
2 receivers to the left, 2 out right for Gabbert. Takes the shotgun snap, and he fakes the handoff. Throws near side. It's tipped and caught by Virgil. Cutting it across the 25. He works near the hashes and is brought down between hashes and numbers down to the 20-yard line. RedHawks scored a tip drill touchdown in the regular season home finale. And that kind of gave wind of that previous catch. Virgil gets down to the 20-yard line.
My goodness, do the RedHawks have some kind of luck on the tip passes on their offensive end? Reminds me of a touchdown they had last week at Bowling Green that resulted from a tipped ball. My goodness, what a play.
Yeah, beg your pardon, that was last week at Bowling Green, resulted in a touchdown for the RedHawks. As you said, the tip drill luck has been good for Miami. Kevin Davis into the game at running back. Gabbert's going to shift the formation as the receivers move further from the line, but Chuck Martin didn't like it, and he called timeout as Gabbert took the snap. Stoppage with 10:31 to go, 1st quarter. And we are scoreless as the RedHawks are driving on the game's opening drive, and that'll bring us to a timeout on the field. So we will step aside here from Ford Field. No score between the RedHawks and the Bobcats in the Battle of the Bricks gone MAC championship style with 10:31 to play in quarter number 1. We're back to Detroit after this. You're listening to Miami football on RedHawk Radio. .31 left to play first quarter, no score, but Miami driving on the Ohio Bobcats in the 2024 MAC Football Championship here from Detroit alongside Bryan Miller. My name is Luke West Poley. RedHawks got a little bit of tip drill luck. They've converted 2 third and longs on this drive, or 2 long third down catches, I should say. 1 on third and short, 1 on third and long, but Miami's now got it from the Bobcat 20-yard line, 1st and 10 from the left hash. Gabbert's got Kevin Davis in at the back. He's got 2 receivers tight to the formation left. 1 spread further out right. That's Andre Johnson, who stands on the right hash.
Bobcats look like they're bringing pressure.
They'll rush 5. Gabbert facing pressure immediately. He gets clocked as he throws and sails it into the near sideline, incomplete.
Ohio had a free rusher there.
Bradley Weaver laid the hit on the quarterback at 2nd and 10.
Yeah, it was Weaver had a wide open lane to go get Gabbert. Offensive line not able to take account for him. Gabbert just had to throw it away there. We've seen Gabbert throughout the season really struggle with pressure. I mean, I guess that applies to every quarterback, but Gabbert especially.
This is a veteran offensive line for Miami. Ohio showing pressure again. They've got 7 guys on the line of scrimmage as Gabbert's going to step up and bark some orders. Gives a check. He's going to shift the formation. Jack Coldiron will join as an extra blocker in the backfield. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbert hands it off underneath. The counter straight up the middle for Keon Mosey. Not a lot there. Down to about the 17-yard line. Tackle was made by Braylon Henderson for Ohio after a pickup of 3. It's 3rd down and 7 from the Bobcats 17 as Miami works it right to left on their opening drive. And we hit the 10-minute mark of the opening quarter. Bobcat crowd trying to make some noise, making a trip up from Athens. Less pressure being shown at the moment by Ohio. They've got 5 down on the line of scrimmage. Shotgun for Gabbard. He'll step up and bark orders at the line. Cold Iron, the tight end, initially was the back to his right. Now he'll step up and join as a blocker. Gabbard takes the snap, looking left, throwing left, complete. Tracy skips out of a tackle, shuffling his feet. Tracy is stacked up near the sticks at the 10-yard line. This is going to be super close, as Javon Tracy with another 3rd down target, his 3rd. They're going to mark him a shade shy of the 1st down, and on 4th and inches from the Bobcat 11, Miami's going to kick.
Going back to Tracy there on 3rd down. Made a couple guys miss, but just short of the sticks. And I wonder, Luke, they've had trouble running the ball in these types of situations where you got to get a yard. I wonder if they've had more success with that throughout the year, if they would go for it instead of electing to kick the field goal.
29-yarder from the left hash, clean hold, and Dom Jobin knocks it right through and puts the RedHawks on the board. So Miami strikes first on their opening drive as the RedHawks go 11 plays, 64 yards, and the 29-yard field goal from Dom Jobin lifts the RedHawks to the game's first lead at 3-0. So Bryan, obviously hate to see a drive like that stall out, but facing a couple of tough 3rd down situations with as good as Ohio pressured the quarterback in Brett Gabbard on that first drive, pretty good to get points there if you're Miami.
Yeah, I think you'll be happy getting points on the opening drive. I think that's huge for any team, and Javon Tracy really stepping up for the RedHawk offense that drive. 3 receptions, 33 yards, all on 3rd down plays, so much needed target for the RedHawks. You always want that guy to go to in a 3rd, gotta have it situation. We'll see if Javon Tracy is going to continue to be that guy throughout today's game.
So the RedHawks get set to kick this one away. Ohio's got a pretty dangerous return game. As the kick is a side spiraling kick, it's going to land at the 2-yard line and skip out of bounds just over the pylon.
That was close.
That was dangerous there from Kellen McLaughlin, the kickoff specialist for Miami, but it is a touchback, and that'll bring out the Ohio offense. Bobcats have been on a tear of late. Statistically, they sit 3rd in the MAC in scoring, but 1st in yardage at nearly 400 a game, and they'll get a lot of that on the ground between Anthony Tyus II and Parker Navarro, the quarterback. It's Navarro in the game to begin out of the shotgun with 2 receivers on either side, and Tyus to his right. Ball on the right hash. RedHawks have 4 men up front. Did a good job of limiting Navarro's legs in the first meeting. Navarro claps his hands as the Miami linebacking core shifts further to the far side. Navarro takes a low snap, fakes the handoff, sits in the pocket, throws near side. It is caught outside the 40-yard line by Chase Hendricks. No targets for him last week, but he catches it and is ripped out of bounds at the 42-yard line after a gain of 17 on the first play from scrimmage offensively for the Bobcats.
Yeah, you never know who steps up in these championship games. Chase Hendricks, you mentioned no targets last week, but able to get the first one there.
Navarro fakes the hand, will head to the far side, gets around the edge, and he is muscled down as he gets across the 45-yard line to the 46. Tackle by Corbin Hondrew for the RedHawks after a gain of 5 by the OU quarterback. It's 2nd down and 5, 3 yards short of midfield. Ball shifts to the left hash, 3 receivers to the left, short side of the field, 1 to the long side right. RedHawks have got 6 men showing pressure right now as Navarro looks right. Clapson takes the snap, fakes the handoff, sinks it near side. Catch made by Hendricks, close to the sticks. He's got enough into Miami territories. He's brought down on the quick slant at the 42-yard line of the RedHawks, 46-yard line, excuse me, after the gain of 7. That's a first down for Ohio.
Looked like a lot of room there for Hendricks to catch the ball and run enough to get the first down there.
So Ohio on the move. Miami will sub late. They take off Kobe Hilton, bring on the backup D tackle Nazir Washington. Pistol formation for Navarro. Changes to a shotgun as he takes a step back on the MAC logo. Snap and a handoff up the middle. Tyus slips the initial tackle and dives between the hashes up to the 41-yard line. Anthony Tyus, the second grad student out of Portage, Michigan, goes for 5 yards on first down at 2nd and 5 for the Red Hawk 41.
Yeah, the Northwestern transfer coming into today's game, 960 yards rushing. Coming into today's championship game, certainly a force with him and Navarro on the ground.
First touch for him of the game, 6:42 and counting left to go first quarter. It's 3-0 Miami, but Ohio's offense on the move on their first drive. Out of the pistol. Tight end in motion to the left. Navarro keeps. It's an option. He'll face pressure and flip it out left side. Tyus scampering down the sideline and finally shoved out of bounds. Well into Miami territory, down to the 27-yard line of the RedHawks.
Great timing there from Navarro as far as pitching the ball out to Tyus. Right as he was about to get hit, flips it out to his running back, able to get a big gain out of that play.
Tackle made by Ty Wise, who forced Tyus out of bounds after a gain of 14. From the 27, ball on the left hash. It's 1st and 10 Ohio. 6:20 to play opening quarter. They trail it 3-0. Navarro takes the snap, looking to throw. Plenty of time. Throws over the middle. It's broken up and incomplete. Knocked down by Eli Blakey, who got his right hand on that football. And there were a couple RedHawks in the area that maybe had a shot to intercept that, but Blakey now is shaken up and favoring, looks like his right knee, as he will go back down to the turf. It's 2nd and 10 for Ohio. And man, for how many players have gone down on this Miami defense this year, they have gotten a lot of them back. Blakey is a guy that has frequented the medical tent along with many others in this Miami defense, but again, every time they go down, there's the possibility that it could be something longer term. Blakey's going to be helped to his feet. It looks like it's something upper body, actually, as he is favoring his right side. He's walking off with help up top by the trainers, but is walking fine, and it looks like it's something with the right arm for Blakey. That's brought us to a timeout on the field, and we will take a break here from Detroit. Bobcat offense marching down the field. 2nd and 10 Ohio for the Miami 27 when we return. 6:10 to go first quarter. It's Miami 3, Ohio nothing in the Battle of the Bricks edition MAC championship. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. So Eli Blakey goes into the medical tent after that pass breakup. And it's Ohio football on the Miami 27-yard line. 2nd and 10, Bobcats trailing at 3-0, 6:10 to go, first quarter. They have been marching down the field. Finally, the RedHawks dug their heels in and at least prevented a positive play. Now on 2nd down, it's a handoff right for Tyus, working down the hash. He is finally pulled to the turf at the 22-yard line after a gain of 5. And that will set up a 3rd down and 5. Tackle made by the redshirt senior Bryan for Miami. He's had a really nice final season for the RedHawks. 3rd down and 5 for the Bobcats. They're the best team in the MAC on 3rd down at nearly 47% on the year. Trips left, single man right for Navarro. Out of the shotgun from the 22-yard line. He looks behind him, barks some orders, waves back and forth, pulls a man in motion, takes the snap, he fumbled it, now he picks it back up and has room to run. He's torn down from behind, but gets down to the 15-yard line. Navarro's got the 1st down after a gain of 7 yards there, and as we approach 5 minutes to go in the first, it's a fresh set of downs for the Bobcats.
Well, I mean, that's what having a mobile quarterback gets you. It looked like miscommunication between the center, Parker Titsworth, and the quarterback, Parker Navarro, but Navarro able to just make something out of nothing and get a crucial 1st down.
Titsworth an all-MAC center for this Bobcat team. Nearly cost Ohio the drive. They keep it, and they've got a fresh set of downs. 1st and 10 from the 15. Twins right, nobody left. Ball on the right hash. Snap to Navarro, handoff down the left side. Tyus needles through 2 RedHawks and dives inside the 10 down to the 9-yard line. Pickup of 6. And this is a little bit concerning if you're Miami, as Tyus has picked up chunk run after the RedHawks did a really good job against him in the first meeting.
Yeah, it just seems like every single running play from the Bobcats in this drive has been a positive play. 42 yards rushing already in this drive.
Pistol formation, island receivers either side for Navarro. 2nd down and 4 from the 9-yard line. Navarro will shift the line. 2 tight ends off the ends come into the backfield. Takes the snap, handoff down left, a push up ahead, and Tyus gets near the line to gain, and the final effort got him down to the 4 for a 1st down. And this offensive front is just crushing Miami right now for the Bobcats. That run looked like it was going to go nowhere. Instead, it goes for 5 yards rather easily, and it's 1st and goal for Ohio.
Yeah, the O-line is pushing the pile there, able to get the tough yards, get another 1st down. Bobcats really rolling.
Again, island receivers either side. This time a single tight end set on the right side. Man in motion from left to right. Navarro takes the snap, fakes the run, and a waltz into the end zone down the right side. Touchdown, Ohio. With 3:16 to play in the first, the Bobcats go all the way down the field, 75 yards, and they score in 11 plays. And with 3:16 to go, they've taken the lead 6-3 with the PAT upcoming.
Man, it just looked like the Miami defensive linebacker was completely fooled by the fake there from Navarro. I'm not sure how that happens with such a threat to run from the quarterback position.
Gianni Spenik, John, for the PAT. Sophomore out of Chardon, Ohio. And he drives it through. And the Bobcats lead it by 4. So 3:16 to go in the first quarter. And we've reached a timeout here from Ford Field. 7-3 Bobcats after the 75-yard touchdown drive from Parker Navarro and crew. Miami offense will look to answer with the ball when we come back. Stay with us. You're listening to the MAC Championship, Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 3:16 to play, opening quarter here from Detroit. It is Miami, or Ohio 7, Miami 3, alongside Bryan Miller, Luke West Poley with you, as RedHawks allowed 51 yards on the ground and 2 chunk passes for 24 yards, culminating in a 75-yard drive for the Bobcats. And after Miami stalled to a field goal on their opening drive, they'll now have to play from behind. And we'll get the ball back for drive number 2 of this game, down 7-3. Spedich's kick, end over end, and it finds Kevin Davis a yard deep in the end zone on the Ellen Lions. He'll take it out. Davis working his way right, works out of a shoestring tackle, but he's stacked up inside the 20. This has been a real weak point of Miami special teams this year, the kick returning, as the RedHawks have rarely gotten it outside the 20 when they've chosen to return the football. It is a 19-yard return to the 19, and that's where the RedHawk offense will start 1st and 10.
Yeah, just really had trouble this year on kickoffs, helping their offense out, trying to give them good field position. Offense going to have a lot of work to do here.
Pistol formation for Gabbert. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Jack Coldiron's the tight end on the left side of the line. Gabbert throws both his hands in the air. The tape on the left wrist. He claps his hands and looks to throw. With time, Gabbert steps up, and now he'll tuck and run. Gabbert across the 25. He slides, and he gets hit at the 26-yard line, and no flag comes in. And the RedHawks are not happy at all.
Man, we don't see Gabbert run like that very often, but found a lot of open room right ahead of him and took advantage of it. And yeah, RedHawks not able to get the flag there. I guess they're going to say that the slide from Gabbert came a little bit too late.
Showed the replay, and the Ford Field crowd not happy with it either. Gabbert will now go under center. We rarely see Miami do this. Keon Mosey the back. 2nd down and 3. Gabbert hands it off right. Mosey with room, tucks it back inside the numbers, and he's whirled down to the ground at the 30-yard line. Initially heading back outside, Mosey brought it back in for the gain out to the 30 of 5 yards on 2nd and 3. It's 1st and 10.
Yeah, Mosey just found some room off of the right tackle there, enough to get the first down, get the chains moving.
1st and 10, RedHawks on the left side. The receivers are Johnson and McDonald. On the far side, it is Tracy and Virgil. Gabbert on 1st and 10. Keon Mosey to his right in the shotgun formation. More pressure being shown by Ohio. They've got 6 men up front. They'll rush them all. Gabbert takes the snap, throws near side, high in the air, and overshot Johnson as Gabbert took another shot. It's incomplete. And this pressure from Ohio is giving Gabbert fits as he threw it away again. Johnson was the receiver in the area, luckily for Miami to avoid the intentional grounding, but it is now 2nd and 10 for the RedHawks following the incompletion.
Yeah, there was no hiding there from the Bobcat defense led by defensive coordinator John Hauser. Brought a lot of guys up to the line, and I mean, rushed pretty much everybody, and just no time for Gabbert to throw there.
2 receivers on the right, 2 to the left for Gabbert. 2nd and 10 from the Miami 30-yard line. Ball on the right hash. Gabbert takes the snap, fakes the run, throws near side, and it's incomplete. Oh, he had an open receiver. It was Johnson who dove after that football, but Gabbert just threw it too far back toward the line of scrimmage. And it's 3rd down and 10 for the RedHawks as Kevin Davis enters the game at running back.
Yeah, that throw from the far right hash, the other side of the field, could be tough for a lot of quarterbacks. Gabbert certainly had enough power on it, but just way off.
Ohio crowd making noise. 3rd down and 10 for Miami. They're 2 for 3 today. Looked like a defensive lineman might have jumped there for Ohio, but Gabbert will now shift the formation. Bobcats again showing pressure. They'll back out of it. Gabbert takes the snap, throw to the near side, complete to Cade McDonald, but he can't get to the sticks as he's brought down by the shoelaces at the 33-yard line. They'll give him the 34, but not enough after a 4-yard pickup for the first down, and Miami will bring on the punt unit for the first time all game.
Yeah, one way to beat the blitz, there's a screen to the outside, getting it to Cade McDonald makes a lot of sense, but on a 3rd and long play such as that, it's going to be very difficult to pick up the first down, so RedHawks don't have to punt.
Bevelheimer on to punt it for Miami. dangerous return man Coleman Owen, averaging almost 11 yards a return back deep. Bevelheimer kicks a line driver right at Owen, who will grab it on his back foot. He's swarmed and he gets out of a tackle, but more reinforcements arrive and he's dropped at the 17-yard line. They'll get him forward progress to the 18, it looks like, but a very good job by Miami's punt coverage to wrap up a lethal return man in Coleman Owen, as that could not have been more than a yard or two on that return. And Ohio will have it 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line with 43 seconds remaining in the first quarter, leading at 7-3. 47-yard punt from Bevelheimer. Navarro and crew back out. Out of the shotgun, he's got 2 receivers and a tight end left, 1 to the right. RedHawks with 4 up front. Navarro takes the snap, handoff to Tyus, cuts it across the 20, through the numbers. He's wrapped up at the 22-yard line. Adam Trick, along with Matt Salopek, the defending MAC DPOY, didn't win it this year, but won it a season ago. Dropping the ball carrier in Tyus after a gain of 4. It's 2nd and 6.
Yeah, and you would definitely expect a lot of rushing attempts here from the Ohio Bobcats. Had a lot of success with it in the last drive. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Bobcats don't have to run another play in this first quarter with 6 seconds remaining in it. They're lined up, 5 seconds, 4, and they will take the snap. Navarro looking to throw, near side, it is complete. Pass the sticks to Hendricks, who's shoved out of bounds. First quarter comes to an end as Hendricks gets up to the 30 after a gain of 8. On the hookup with Navarro. And officials came over the PA. Andrew Special says rolling on the field as a catch. Figured as much. And that'll bring us to the end of the first quarter. 15 minutes gone. Still plenty of football left between Miami and Ohio in the 2024 Mid-American Conference Football Championship. We're back to Ford Field after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 1 quarter gone, 3 to go from Ford Field. Ohio with the early edge over Miami 7-3. It's Bobcat ball, 1st and 10 on their own 30-yard line. Coming into the second quarter. Already 55 yards on the ground, 32 through the air for Ohio, and pretty concerning, Brian, if you're Miami after 15 minutes. Still a lot of time left, but your defense, which is touted as probably the best in the MAC over the last few years, really has not had an answer for Ohio in either facet yet.
Yeah, Bobcats really efficient on offense, especially in the rushing game. They average over 210 yards on the ground. The first game, they only got 110 on this RedHawk defense, and today they have 55. So just shows how well they were running the ball in the first quarter.
1st and 10 from the Bobcat 30. Ball just inside the right hash. Navarro has an extra tight end in the backfield. He'll motion him out wide. Take the snap, throw to the near side, complete on the screen to Tyus, and he will work with blockers across the 35. He is finally torn down at the 37. Ty Wise makes the tackle, but another chunk play of 7 yards for the Bobcats at 2nd and 3.
Yeah, it's getting the ball to your athletes in open space. Tyus able to go downhill and pick up another good game.
Pistol formation for Navarro on 2nd and 3. Tyus has carried the entire load in the backfield thus far for Ohio, as he's been in the entire game. Mason Williams comes back into the backfield as the tight end, and now a handoff up the middle. Tyus countering across the 40, and he's got the first down up to the 42-yard line. Oscar McWood, the nickel, makes the stop for Miami. 5-yard pickup on the ground for Tyus, and Miami at some point's got to dig their heels in here. 1st and 10 Ohio, ball on the left hash. Bobcats taking it right to left in the white uniforms in this second quarter. Just over a minute gone by in it, they lead it 7-3. Navarro takes the pistol snap, fakes the handoff, runs right, throws right, low, but caught by Hendricks. He's swung out of bounds after a pickup of 8 out to the 50-yard line, so right at midfield. Stop was made by William Hardrick of the RedHawks, and it's 2nd down and 2 now for Ohio.
And that was a very good tackle by Hardrick there. It's a one-on-one play, able to make the tackle. If he wasn't, that would have been a really big gain for Ohio.
Back to the shotgun for the Bobcats. Ball on the right hash, 4-down lineman for Miami. Tyus started on his quarterback's left. He now heads to Navarro's right. Navarro takes the snap, fakes the run, will keep it himself, spins away from a tackler, and gets the first down, backing across the line to gain, down to the 46.
Yeah, that was quite a nifty move there from Navarro, able to spin out of a tackle and get the first down. Man, this Bobcat offense just picking up where they left off from the first quarter.
So the ball on the Bobcat 46, 1st and 10, 12:51 to play. Second quarter, clock moving. Ohio leads at 7-3 and driving. Pistol formation, Navarro. Tyus still into the game at running back. 64 yards on the ground so far for Ohio. Navarro handles a low snap, fakes the run, back to pass, pressure off the edge, throws near side. It is jumped and nearly intercepted. Oh, 2 hands on the football for the first team All-MAC selection, Rayon Strader, who came over the top. But he couldn't hang on. It'll go down just as a pass breakup for the nation's leader in passes defended. Strader, 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, that pass from Navarro just overthrown. Strader able to jump on it. Came so close for getting a huge interception for the RedHawk defense, but instead falls incomplete.
Navarro needed more of a laser there, kind of throw a rainbow, and the RedHawks almost got a gift. Instead, the Bobcats keep it. 2nd and 10 for the 46, ball on the right hash. Shoulder high snap for Navarro, handoff right. Tyus trying to follow blockers. Miami finally gets to him early as he's brought down at the 45-yard line after a pickup of just 1. Nice play by Oscar McWood, brother of Miami veteran Ryan, who won a couple MAC championships with this RedHawk team. 2nd down, check it, 3rd down and 9 rather for this RedHawk group. On defense, looking to get a stop from the Bobcat offense that sits on the 45-yard line. Navarro takes the snap. He will hand it off up the middle, and Tyus bursts free. He's got the first down to the 32-yard line. Tripped up in the secondary. Miami was not expecting run there. The line parted like the Red Sea, and Tyus just split right through it. knifing through the RedHawk defense for a 13-yard gain.
Yeah, nothing too special there from the Bobcat offense, but really caught Miami's defense off guard. You mentioned it, Luke. The middle of the defensive line just opened up a huge gain for Tyus and a major, major first down for the Bobcat offense.
First time we've seen Ohio go empty now. Ball in the 32 of Miami, 1st and 10, just inside the right hash. Low snap pulled up at the ankles by Navarro. Quick throw to the far side is brought in by Hendricks, who's seen a lot of targets. He is immediately shoved backward by Strader. Forward progress up to the 28-yard line of Miami. Gain of 4 on that throw from Navarro. It is 2nd down and 6. That's the 5th catch already for Hendricks, who again was targeted but didn't have any catches last week. 44 yards through the air for the sophomore out of St. Louis. Shotgun formation now for Navarro. 4 men up front for Miami with a 2 linebacker set, those being Salopek and Wise. 3 receivers to the long side left, 1 to the right. Navarro rubs his hands, claps them, hands off. Tyus counters left, works around blockers, gets to the edge. His quarterback's blocking for him as he gets to the outside. He's got the first down to the 21-yard line. Good to see Eli Blakey back on the field for Miami, bringing down the ball carrier there after he was in the medical tent, but not before the pickup of 7 from Tyus. It's another Ohio first down.
Tyus just kept bouncing and bouncing to the left side of the field, and a big block from his quarterback, Parker Navarro, gets him another first down. I mean, this Bobcat offense, this rushing attack has been deadly today.
Finally see Tyus exit the game. It is now Ricky Hunt Jr. into the game at running back. Navarro takes the snap, looking right, facing pressure, throws low, and hits the ground, but picked up and run forward by Hunt. They're going to say that was a backwards pass. That's going to go for a loss back to the 24-yard line. So that actually helps Miami as Navarro was in trouble and threw it laterally, they'll say, to the backup running back for the Bobcats on replay. That is close. And they may take a look at this. Silas Walters and Ty Wise in on the stop for Miami, but because that was a live ball following the backwards pass, it's a TFL for those two on Miami's defense.
Certainly looked like Navarro was really rushed because of the pressure. I believe it was Ugu forced the pressure on Navarro, and he just panicked.
2nd and 13, back to pass. Navarro flings it near side. Catch made open field by Harris, working it back to the interior. He is hauled down by Hardrick at the 15-yard line. Gain of 9, and 2nd and 13 becomes 3rd and 4 for the Bobcats. They are a perfect 2 for 2 on the day on 3rd down.
And we've seen the Ohio offense in the passing game really emphasize the throws to the far sides towards the sidelines. Miami's corners giving a lot of room on those throws.
Tyus back into the game at running back after a breather. Trips right, 1 left for Navarro. 3rd down and 4 for the Miami 15 with the Bobcats leading 7-3. 8:25 to go 2nd quarter. Navarro takes the snap, fakes the handoff, follows his running back in Tyus, who blocks for him inside the 10, down to the 9-yard line. It's a gain of 6 for Navarro on 3rd and 4. And it's 1st and 10 as some extracurriculars go on after the play. Some jawing between offense and defense gets sorted out quickly. They'll get him all the way down to the 7, actually, so 2 more on the tail end of that play, as it's 1st and goal now from the 7 for the Bobcats.
This is where the Miami defense just needs to step up. You need to buckle in, force a field goal.
Pistol formation, extra blocker in the backfield. It's the tight end, Mason Williams for Ohio. Navarro directing traffic left and right as he turns his helmet side to side. Taking the snap, he hands it off up the middle. Delayed run for Tyus, and he gets across the 5, but is bottled up at the 4-yard line by Matt Salopek, Miami's 6th-year leader. Pickup of 3 yards. Ugu also had help on the tackle for Miami. 2nd and goal from the 4 from the left hash for Ohio. Navarro sits back in the shotgun, takes the snap, another handoff down the left side. Tyus is walled up. They'll give him a yard maybe, and indeed they will down to the 3-yard line, but Miami's D-line stiffens, and it's 3rd and goal from the 3 for Ohio as the clock rolls under 6:50 to go in the half. Ohio looking to add to a 7-3 lead. They'll get the ball out of the locker room as well. Big play coming up for the Miami defense.
D-line needs to really step up here. Got one, likely two plays, get a huge stop.
Navarro works from the gun. We've seen him run it to Tyus twice on these goal-to-go situations. 3rd and goal from the 3. Tyus sits to his right. Navarro looking back at his coach, and Tim Albin sprinting off the Ohio sideline to call timeout. He gets it off as the play clock was down to 2. Ohio calls their first timeout of the first half. So that'll bring us to a timeout on the field. Bobcats knocking on the door. Miami looking for a big-time stop inside their own 5. 3rd and goal from the 3 for the Bobcats when we return. 6:22 remaining first half. It's Ohio 7, Miami 3 in the 2024 MAC Championship. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .6:22 to go, second quarter. Ohio leads Miami 7-3, but a big play coming up, a potential swing play in the game as the Bobcats have it 3rd and goal from the Red Hawk 3-yard line. They've gone to Anthony Tyus twice here in goal-to-go situations. He got 3, he got 1, and now they sit 3rd and goal with the ball on the left hash of the 3-yard line. Tim Albin called his first time out of the half moments ago. Bobcats back out in a similar formation, extra tight end in the backfield. And Tyus, the running back, to Parker Navarro's left. Out of the gun, Navarro takes the snap, runs left, men in the backfield, swirling, flag in, and he's bottled up after a huge loss. Back to the 11-yard line. We'll check the flag up near the offensive line, but Miami's rush got home. Andrew Special's got a big call to make here as we turn things over to the PA.
I mean, if it stands, what a huge stop for the Miami defense. Navarro just sprinted right. Miami's defense was all over it.
It's a face mask on the Miami defense. Half the distance from the spot, and an automatic first down moves the ball to the 1.5-yard line, and it's 1st and goal, Ohio.
I mean, just the worst thing that could happen for the Miami defense there. not only do you bail them out, it's an automatic first down, so you're going to need to do it all over again.
Miami needs a goal line stand. Ball at the 1 yard line, 1st and goal following the penalty. Pistol formation. Big guns up front, 2 receivers wide to the right for Navarro. Takes the snap, running right, it's the option, flips it, Tyus scampering, tried to cut back inside, he was close, but he's short. Marked down at the 1. Again, Navarro barely got rid of that in time, but a near perfect option from the Bobcat perspective. Probably couldn't have executed that between pitcher and catcher any better. RedHawks were ready though, no gain, 2nd and goal for the 1. Bobcats go tempo. They'll fake the handoff. Navarro keeps, slips a tackle, and gets into the end zone. Oh, the RedHawks had him in the backfield. That could have been about a 7-yard loss, but Matt Salopek could not bring the Ohio quarterback down by his leg, and Navarro into the end zone with his legs for the 2nd time.
Salopek was right on it. You don't often see a missed tackle from him, but Navarro was able to slip away and walk into the end zone. We really saw the Bobcat offense there really try to run towards the outside in that goal line situation. I was a little surprised by that they kept doing that, but worked that time, and Bobcats up 2 possessions.
And after the play, there was no flag, but Miami may be a little lucky for that, as looked like someone on Ohio's offensive line had some words for Matt Salopek, and he went at a couple members of the Bobcats and had to be restrained. He's now all squared away, but there's an injured player that's down for the RedHawks on the far side. It's tough to see who that is at the moment, surrounded by trainers.
Yeah, he's like completely surrounded. Can't even see the jersey.
It is Eli Coppice. TV confirms the backup safety. And man, Miami looks shell-shocked right now. 5:29 left to go in the half, and this brings up we mentioned turning points. RedHawks nearly got their goal line stand. It was waved off by the penalty as Miami got a big tackle for loss on 3rd and goal that would have likely forced an Ohio field goal, as probably wouldn't have seen Tim Halpin go for it on 4th and goal from what would have been the 9-yard line, but the RedHawks picked up a face mask penalty. It looked like around the area where the O-line and D-line meet, and you cannot set this Ohio team up 1st and goal from the 1 with as good as their rushing attack is. RedHawks got 1 stop, but eventually Bobcats are going to find their way in, and can just tell this Miami team looks a little bit flustered right now. And Bryan, with Ohio getting the ball coming out of the locker room, you absolutely need points on this next drive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the most critical drive of the game for Miami, the next offensive possession. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, Luke. Miami's defense thought they got a huge stop with the face mask on Nasir Washington, negated that, and you could just see the momentum just really flip, especially in a neutral site game like this. You hear the Miami side go crazy, and then they call the foul. Now you hear the Ohio side go crazy, and then they score. And the Bobcat faithful here that made the trip up to Detroit really, really happy now, in very good spirits.
So there's a timeout on the field, but again, Ohio will kick a PAT. Coppice was helped off the field, and so they're just waiting on ESPN to come back. But this has been exactly the half Ohio has wanted. They get the ball on the ground. They've got 95 yards rushing, which is just 15 shy of their total performance the first time against the RedHawks. And they've controlled the time of possession significantly. Over 15 minutes now they've held the ball, and we're still not even done with our second quarter.
Yeah, you've only seen 4 total drives in this half, and there's 5.5 minutes left in the second quarter. I mean, that's pretty rare. I mean, both these teams have done a good job of keeping the ball in favor of time of possession. As far as game control-wise, it's really the complete opposite of the game in October. Miami got out to a 16-0 lead. Ohio tried to fight back. They scored early in the third, but then Miami responded right after. So far, it's really been the complete opposite. Ohio's dominated early.
Special teams units out onto the field for the PAT. Johnny Spedick will be on for the try for Ohio. Long hold, snap a little high to Jack Wilson, but he places it down and brought right through by Spedick on the kick. And with 5:29 to go in the second quarter, it is Ohio 14 and Miami 3. So the RedHawks set to get the ball back. But Bryan, if you're Miami, on one hand, you would obviously like to take as much of this time off the clock as you possibly could, and knock on wood if you're the RedHawks. Ohio doesn't have a ton of big play abilities, so if you give them the ball back with a lead without a ton of time left, you would likely see a pretty conservative approach from Tim Albin, as long as you could keep the running game in front of you and you could go to the locker room maybe down one score. But also, you're trying to open up the game a little bit here too if you're the RedHawks. Is, like you said, just 4 total drives, and if you're looking at Miami running the rest of this clock out, 5 drives and a half is not something that Miami wants. They really want this game to go back and forth and move quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think priority number one for the Miami offense is just getting points on the board, like you mentioned, especially with Ohio getting the ball first in the second half. I'm just, I guess the biggest thing that stuck out to me, especially on first down and second and neutral situations where you could run the ball or pass the ball, Miami has really elected to throw the ball. Only 6 rushing attempts, and one of those was a Gabbert scramble, so only 5 attempts to Keon Mosey, and only 17 yards for the running back. So I would think that you would try to get some more looks to Mosey here and potentially get one more score to not give Ohio any more time before halftime.
RedHawks so far not bad offensively. Gabbert 5 for 9 for 55 yards. On the ground, Keon Mosey was 17 yards. Gabbert had the 7-yard carry. But again, it's just not a huge sample size to go off of, as statistically, RedHawks don't really stick out. It's just because they haven't had the ball much. Only 2 drives to work off. There's only so many yards you can rack up, especially if you're only going to put up 3 points across those 2 drives. For the RedHawks through the air, Javon Tracy leading Miami with bevy of third down catches. He's got 3 receptions for 33 yards. Reggie Virgil with a 19-yard grab. Caden McDonald caught the 3-yard screen on third down to close out the last drive before Miami punted.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much of Reggie Virgil or Caden McDonald either. Last week's game at Bowling Green, we saw a lot of Caden McDonald, made a lot of impact on that game against the Falcons. So I wonder if he's going to get involved more often, because he's so dangerous with the ball in his hands, as we saw last week at Bowling Green.
Speaking of last week, it was a different situation, but kind of feeling the same way if you're Miami, that you were back on your heels. Momentum-wise, this was a similar point to when they got a massive Javon Tracy touchdown. That was when Bowling Green was playing from behind, but they had cut it to 1 score, and it felt like the Falcons, should it not be for a big tidal wave back by Miami, were going to take the lead in that game, and the RedHawks had the tidal wave. We'll see if they've got something similar in them. This is a squibbing end-over-end kick that's going to roll up to about the 7-yard line, scooped up by Kevin Davis there. He gets out of a couple tackles, still on his feet. Davis fighting all the way up to the 27-yard line. So that kick looked a little funky off the foot of Spedick, but Ohio had the chance to really limit Miami's field position there, as Davis first met contact around the 17-yard line. Ends up being a return of about 18 yards for him, and last 10 of those or so after contact. 1st and 10 for the RedHawk offense with 5:20 to go in the first half from their own 28. They trail in the game 14-3. Brett Gabbert's got 2 receivers on both sides. Keon Mosey standing tall in the backfield to Gabbert's right. Gabbert takes the snap and looks to throw. He's got time, throws far side, wide open catch, tiptoeing up the sideline. It is Andre Johnson. We'll see where they mark him as he scampered up the far white stripe. They'll say he's out at the 35 after a gain of 7, 2nd and 3 coming up.
Yeah, kind of taking a play out of Ohio's playbook there, throwing it to the sidelines, getting it to your receivers in space with the corners backing off, giving them some room.
Arizona State transfer has been targeted a couple times already. That's his first catch. Didn't get targeted last week. Handoff left on 2nd down, gets blown up in the backfield. Mosey with the rush. Weaver got back there to bring him down for a loss of 3, back to the 32. It's 3rd down and 6.
Yeah, Miami trying to run the ball to the left side with Mosey. Weaver came screaming in from the right side, able to make a easy tackle. My goodness, just when you think the Red Hawk offense is starting to get something going, a big loss there. It's going to be a tough 3rd down.
And John Young, the left guard for Miami, was down. He's quickly helped up to his feet. But that gives the teams a short chance to huddle, so Miami, that's kind of plugged and played at offensive line this season. They've stayed pretty healthy, but we've seen kind of points where one guy's gone down. They really haven't had to play with more than 1 or 2 backups in the game this season. They'll now have to replace Young at left guard for the moment for a big 3rd down. RedHawks need 6 from their own 32. 4:40 to play, first half. Miami down 14-3. And Gabbert will set his guys up. Pressure being shown. 2 extra players in the backfield, but no one with Gabbert to run it. Gabbert takes it. Designed roll right. Looking, throwing deep, and he overshot. Kevin Davis incomplete. Oh, Davis had a couple steps there as he beat the safety DJ Walker. Looked like zone there for Ohio, and the RedHawks found the soft spot, but Gabbert just didn't have touch on that deep ball, and RedHawks will have to punt. And Bryan, maybe a situation there where if you're in rhythm, you make that throw if you're Gabbert, but he spent the majority of this first half on the sideline.
Yeah, that and the pressure once again getting to Gabbert there makes him rush it just a little bit and overthrow it.
Wobbly punt, fair catch called for and made at the 24-yard line between hashes and numbers by Coleman Owen. That's where the Bobcats will start. Mark it at the 25, 43-yard punt by Alec Bevelheimer. And with 4:19 to play in the first half, the Bobcats have got a chance to go up 3 scores and get the ball back in addition after halftime.
Yeah, this could get really dangerous for Miami. I mean, with how well Ohio has been rushing the ball, they could really take some time off here and then get the ball back. Looking at a major lead that Miami probably won't be able to come back from.
Tyus, the backs to the left of Navarro, 2 receivers either side. It is a fake handoff. Navarro keeps, shuffles his feet, works back inside, spins, and gets cracked right at the line of scrimmage. He will sink down for a gain of 1 as Matt Salopek made the stop for the RedHawks. 1-yard pickup, but a good open field tackle by last year's Mac DPOY at 2nd and 9.
Yeah, really good job from all of Miami's defense there, rallying to the football. Navarro, obviously very good at breaking tackles. You know he's going to break one. Well, the rest of the defense has to get there, and they did that on that last play.
Navarro rolls the clock down to 3:40 to go first half. Each team with 2 timeouts, 2nd and 9. From his own side of the field, takes the snap, fakes the run, throws over the middle. It is brought in near the sticks by Hendricks, swung down. He will be a yard shy out to the 34. Gain of 8. Luke Evans brought him down. The DB in coverage for Miami. It is 3rd and 1 with the ball between the hashes for Ohio.
And you hear the Miami side of the stadium trying to make some noise. They understand the importance of this 3rd down. You're able to get a stop here, get the ball back would absolutely be huge.
Clock will run under 3 minutes to go. Motion from left to right. Navarro takes the snap, handoff for Tyus. He's met, but he fights through and gets the first down to the 37-yard line. RedHawks got him right at the line to gain. It looked like he probably would have had the first down anyway. But he fights for a couple more yards, and Tyus is giving Miami fits. 72 yards on the ground for him on 14 carries. It's 1st and 10 Ohio.
Yeah, it looked like Tyus just shrugged off the tackle attempt from Savio Frazier and able to get the extra couple yards to easily get the first down.
Navarro on 1st and 10. Ball between the hashes. He looks to throw. Looking right, throwing. White's got a man wide open. Catch made and running out of bounds. It is Owen, top receiver, coming off 142 yards last week for the Bobcats. Caught it in space, ran it up to the 45-yard line. Gain of 8 at 2nd and 2, and the Bobcats will not run another play before the 2-minute timeout. So both teams go to their huddles. This is prove-it time for Miami. Absolutely need a stop if you're the RedHawks. 2nd and 2 coming up. It's been an all-Ohio half as they lead it 14-3, looking to tack on more when we return. 2 minutes to go, first half. Bobcat ball 2nd and 2 from their own 45 on the other side of the break. You're listening to Miami football at the MAC Championship on Red Hawk Radio. Two minutes to go, first half, second, and they'll call it a long one coming up for Ohio. From their own 46, they lead Miami 14-3. It has been a dismal half for the RedHawks. Absolutely need a stop as to make matters worse. Ohio's going to get the ball coming out of halftime. Cannot go down 3 scores against a team that can run it and chew clock this well. We've already seen a drive over 10 minutes by Ohio. Bobcats looking to put more points on the board before the break. Miami's defense is yet to get a stop. 2nd down and 1 from the Bobcat 46. Handoff, Tyus down the right seam. He's got the first down. Plenty of room out near the 49-yard line. There's just no answer right now from this very flat Miami defense. Miami's going to call timeout here as Chuck Martin feels confident that his team can dig their heels in and maybe make a play. The idea, I guess, you've got a kicker with a big leg and you're playing indoors. You can attempt probably a pretty long field goal should you get the chance, and that would at least make it a one-possession game. But the First objective for this Red Hawk team, Bryan, as the clock stopped with 1:56 to go. Miami's got one timeout left. It's 1st and 10 Bobcats from the 49. First objective is going to be just getting the stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Just make Ohio force Ohio to beat you with Parker Navarro's arm. I mean, Anthony Tyson, the rest of the running game has just been absolutely dominant. 102 yards on the day already. And just going back to that matchup in October, I referenced it a couple times. They had 110 rushing yards in that entire game. So it just shows how well they've been doing running the ball.
Navarro out of the shotgun. He'll look to throw here on first down, and he completes a pass to the near side, caught by Harris. He will stay in bounds and get to the 44, 45-yard line. Gain of 7. Corbin Hondrew on the stop for the RedHawks. It's 2nd and 3 for the Bobcats. Miami will hold on to their timeout. 1:34 and counting left to go. Bobcats going to go a little tempo here, maybe looking to score. Navarro again looking to throw. Now he'll step up, juke to the outside. Navarro looking to get to the edge, gets around Wise, and he's got the first down the far side.
Wow.
Out of bounds inside the 40.
That was quite the effort there from Parker Navarro. It looked like he was going to get taken down multiple times, but just switched sides across the field, got to the right side, and got the first down. What a play.
Gain of 8, 1st and 10 now from the 36, and you're approaching field goal range now if you're Ohio. Still 2 timeouts and 1:23. You can slow things down a bit. Clock stopped, so the Bobcats will take their time. They lead it 14-3. Ball on the right hash of the 36-yard line, 1st and 10. Parker Navarro, steadfast in the shotgun, now points at his tight end. In the left slot, he takes the snap, looking to throw. Navarro looking over the middle, fires a bullet. It's off the hands of Hendricks and incomplete. Hendricks looking for his 7th catch. That was put right in the spot where it needed to. A laser right at the number 7 on the front of his jersey, but it hit off the chest, incomplete. Miami catches a big break there, as that would have been a first down. Instead, it's 2nd and 10 as the clock stops with 1:18 to play.
Yeah, Navarro found the soft spot in the zone, threw it to Hendricks right where he needed to, just a point-blank drop.
Navarro will set up in the pistol now. 2nd and 10 from the 36-yard line. Field goal range is around the 29 for the Bobcats, so they'll need to get close to a first down if they want to kick. Fumbled snap, picked up off the turf. Navarro will now pitch it left, and he's got Tyus down the left side. A first down and more down to the 21.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's the 2nd time today we've seen Navarro create something out of nothing off of a fumbled snap, able to do it again there, and just finds Tyus, just pitches the ball to him, and Tyus able to make do and get a huge gain. I mean, wow, that just shows how Ohio's been playing so far.
And Chuck Martin's forced to call his final timeout now as the defense was not ready for Ohio getting up to the line. 1:01 remaining in the first half. And you were looking at 3rd and long there if you're Ohio from about the 40-yard line, not in field goal range. Would have needed to get another stop, which is a big if you've been the Miami defense this afternoon, but that would have been awfully tough for the Bobcats, and Navarro just jumped on that football. But that's just been indicative of this half. He picks the ball up, and on the scramble drill finds his running back, who picks up 15 yards and a first down. And now the Bobcats are probably thinking 6 here with the ball on the 21-yard line, 1st and 10.
Yeah, I mean, you were thinking earlier in this drive, okay, Miami might settle Ohio to a field goal here, but now, I mean, you really just got to keep them out of the end zone. I mean, that would be absolutely just a killer for the Miami defense. I mean, they've had opportunities to get off the field, but Ohio's just done a really, really good job on 3rd down, just keeping the drive alive.
Navarro comes out in the gun. Bobcats still with 2 timeouts. 1:01 to go. First half, they lead it 14-3. 1st and 10 Ohio for the Miami 21, working it right to left from the left hash. Navarro claps, takes the snap, fakes the run, boots it out right. Now will get hit as he throws, and it's complete to his tight end, juking his way down the left side. Mason Williams is into the end zone. Again, pressure in the backfield for Miami. Navarro got hit as he got rid of it, but he found Mason Williams. Had a touchdown last week. He's got a touchdown in the MAC title game, and it's 20-3 Ohio with 52 seconds to go in the half.
Yeah, looks like Navarro rolled to his right, able to squirm by a defender, stay up, throw to the other side of the field, and Williams just wide open and just strolls on into the end zone. Really good blocking downfield from the Bobcats there as well.
Spennick's extra point is good. And with 52 seconds to go in the first half, Ohio leads it 21-3 over Miami, and they'll get the ball back in 52 seconds of game time coming out of the break. Well, now if you're the RedHawks and Chuck Martin, you had to use her last time out because your defense wasn't ready. Still weren't able to get the stop as the Bobcats go down the field in a little over 3 minutes. 3:27 the time of the drive, and they score. Do you risk, if you're Chuck Martin, going down the field and trying to get a field goal to make it 2 possessions again?
I would. I mean, down 18, you got to get something going before you head into halftime, especially with Ohio getting the ball back. If you're getting the ball to start the second half, okay, that's one thing, but I mean, I don't really know if I could really trust my defense all that much based on the way that they've played in the first half. I think you have to be aggressive as you can be. Aggressive, not reckless, but you have to be aggressive in trying to get a field goal here. I mean, Jobin obviously has a big leg, so you're able to get onto the other side of the field, try to force a field goal attempt.
Davis back deep to return the kick. Spennick lifts it in the air. It'll fall short of the end zone. Davis takes it at the 1 yard line. Davis running straight ahead, and he is brought down at the 16. Kick coverage for Miami just hasn't been there.
It's just been, I mean, it's been an issue all day today, and I mean, honestly, throughout the season as well. We really haven't seen a big breakthrough on the kickoff game.
So 48 seconds to go. Looks like Miami is going to line up guys out wide. So at the very least, they're not taking a knee here, but having to run a couple plays, they could keep the ball on the ground. We'll see what Gabbert does. He works out of the shotgun. In a similar situation at the end of the UMass game, Miami drove down in about 40 seconds with no timeouts, kicked a, at the time, career-long field goal for Dom Jobin. They'll keep it on the ground, though, on first down, and a handoff goes nowhere for Keon Mosey. He got maybe a yard or 2 there. They'll give him 1 up to the 17, and it's 2nd and 9. RedHawks have to run 1 more play in the half, and Miami not hurrying. They might kneel this, or at the very least just give it to Mosey.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Chuck Martin in the Miami offense has any interest in trying to throw the ball downfield here. Looks like they're going to try to pop a quick run there, but Ohio's defensive line had none of that.
They're going victory formation here. They're going to down it.
I don't really understand it, to be completely honest with you, Luke. I mean, I think you have an opportunity here. You think Ohio's going to play very passive, try to get some small chunks at a time to get in field goal range. You have a kicker that has a good field goal range, has a big leg, and you need points on the board. I don't agree with it. I don't really understand it.
So we've reached halftime here from Ford Field. Looks like some Ohio players were kind of getting separated. Not sure what that was about. But anyway, got to the end of the first half, and yuck, 21-3, the score. Ohio in favor of Miami. Probably hasn't been a half for the RedHawks all season in which they've just looked this flat energy-wise, but RedHawks will have to come out with whatever they've got left in the tank. Ideally, you'd think it's a lot, given what things looked like rather bleak in this first half. Ohio will get the ball to begin the second half. Miami will try to get a stop. They haven't done so yet all game coming out of the locker room. Again, at the half here from Ford Field, it's Ohio 21 and Miami 3. When we come back, Gavin Stark, Andrew Relvas, have your Red Hawk Radio halftime. Bryan and I back for half number 2 from Ford Field in Detroit. You're listening to Miami football at the MAC Championship here on Red Hawk Radio.
Welcome into the RedHawk Radio halftime show. Andrew Relvas alongside Gavin Starks. Halftime score 21-3, Ohio over Miami. Just a complete domination of a first 30 minutes from these Ohio Bobcats. Gavin, what went wrong?
Everything if you're a Miami fan. Quite literally everything. I mean, defensive-wise, I mean, we talked about in the pregame show, you got to win the line of scrimmage. Miami has done the complete opposite of winning the line of scrimmage. OU has dominated up front. They've ran all over this Miami defense. I mean, it's just been a clear domination here by Ohio in the first half. I mean, kind of disappointing if you're a Miami fan. I mean, the good part is you can't play worse, Andrew. I mean, you really can't. If you're Miami, you go into this second half, you know you got to give your best half of football season at this point. I mean, you got to get some big plays. You got to get some turnovers. And you got to get those explosive plays that we talked about in that pregame show. I mean, Miami's done it all year. They've been a great third-quarter team. So if you're a Miami fan, you've got to stay with it. You know, trust it. Trust Chuck Martin's adjustments. He's a great coach. And this team's experience, I mean, got some upside here going into this second half. I mean, not a lot going our way, though.
The totals for Miami: Brett Gabbert, 6 for 11, passing 62 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Keon Mosey on the ground, 7 carries for 15 yards. I mean, he's been almost a non-factor. Talked about how he was potentially a game changer. This OU rush defense, has really contained him.
Absolutely. One thing that sticks out if you're watching this game is OU has just controlled time of possession. I talked about keys for OU to winning, and one thing I had circled was that time of possession, and they've done exactly that, if not more. I mean, they had their first drive of 5 minutes, scored a touchdown. Second drive, 10 minutes. I mean, that's a quarter and a half right there. So just dominating time of possession and just marching down the field with that run game. It's really opened up some of the passing game, too. I mean, I don't know. Navarro's played an outstanding game. I mean, 1 pass touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns in the first half. Those are just unbelievable numbers. He's 12 for 15, 80% completion rate, 120 yards, touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns, and a QBR of 169.2. I mean, those are outstanding numbers, Andrew.
It's going to win you a lot of games, and to be completely honest, he looks a lot quicker than he did in that first game versus Ohio. Just seems like he's seen this Miami defense before. He understands what kind of they're scheming, and he looks, honestly, a lot more prepared. He's brought his A game in the most important game here today.
Absolutely. I mean, you see they're running those read options a lot and kind of opening up that offensive playbook with that. And you see Miami's defensive ends, they're kind of biting on that pretty hard and just hurting them with Navarro's legs. I mean, he's explosive. He hasn't even had to really make plays with his legs yet. It's just been right there. It's been given to him almost. He's kind of had these wide open lanes and just gotten these quick first downs. And that's another thing OU's done is they've dominated on first down. They're getting to 2nd and 3, and it's just kind of easy from there. I mean, easy first downs are marching down the field. That's what makes these longer possessions. They're getting quick first downs off the first play. So you got to see a lot more from Miami's offense, too. I mean, have a small sample size from the first half, Andrew, so need to see some more out of them. And OU's going to get the ball back in the second half and have a chance to go up 28-3 before Miami touches the ball again.
Yeah, this is a red alert for the RedHawks. They need to get a stop. They need to come out hungry to start off the third quarter. But you talked about it, third quarter team, that's definitely an upside. Another positive, too, is no turnovers for the RedHawks. It's kind of just been 3 and outs for Miami. Not a ton of possessions. We've seen Ohio touch the ball 3 times, Miami 4 times. So positive, no turnovers. They just got to play clean football, but a really tough uphill climb if the RedHawks want to win this one.
And I think that's a shocker there, Andrew. I mean, you tell me Miami's down 21-3. I would say, okay, Brett Gabbert probably has 2 interceptions, or Keon Mosey's fumbled the ball, or someone on the offense has turned the ball over multiple times, and that's not the case. I mean, they haven't even had a chance to really have that happen. They aren't having the ball long enough. I mean, it's 3 and out. First drive, they drove it down well and just kind of stalled there, kicked that short field goal, and then it's been nothing since then. So just unfortunate things for the Miami offense. The defense has been out in the field way too long. I mean, and that's evident with the 21 points for OU.
We'll take a look at the only other game going on right now in the scoreboard segment. Arizona State all over Iowa State, 24-10. How about the Sun Devils, Gavin?
Yeah, they're playing great right now. Obviously not able to watch the game, but just looking at some of the stats, I mean, they're just controlling the game kind of like Ohio is here in Detroit. I mean, doing a great job. Arizona State's been a great story this second half of the season. You kind of one of those teams going into the second half of the season you didn't even think would be in this situation, and now they're a half a football away from being in the college football playoff. So, great story there. I mean, Arizona State Sun Devils are looking like they're going to be Big 12 champions if they can play another great half like they have.
Their first year, too, we talked about it a little bit, but there's a lot of teams that first years in their conference and they're potentially going to be conference champions, just like Texas
And
and
SMU.
some others, yeah.
I mean, this good stories in college football this year. Hoping that this MAC championship can tighten up maybe in the second half here, Andrew, and have a little bit of an exciting finish. I mean, if you're Miami, you know the way you're going to win this game is going to be in the final seconds at this point. I mean, you're going to have to play both quarters in dominant football. I mean, that's kind of the known thing at this point. You can't go into a half down 18 and do it in one quarter. You can't come back in one quarter, especially when the OU is going to get the ball to start the second half. That's huge. And I mean, if Miami can make a 3 and out, that's a good start. But you can't let Ohio even get a field goal here.
Yep. Completely agree with you. Yeah. This will be a huge possession coming up for Ohio. And Miami, honestly, their defense, they just need to make some stops. A good sign, however, though, their defense will be fresh coming out of that break. Hopefully a little bit more hungry and trying to get some targets on these Bobcats' backs.
Absolutely. They've gotten a little bit of pressure on Navarro, but if anything, Navarro's excelled through that. I mean, with his plays with his legs. He's done it at least 3 times where we've gotten pressure back there, and he's kind of done a little shuffle pass or anything like that, just dump to the tight end. They scored a touchdown late in the second half with Navarro's legs, just a dump pass to the tight end, and they scored a quick and easy touchdown there, and just kind of been this. That was the staple point of the second half, or first half, excuse me.
I think one thing I noticed also is we haven't seen a ton of deep shots throughout this game. We only saw one, believe it was to Andre Johnson to start off, but on the first drive, haven't seen it since. Hopefully that is something, an adjustment that the RedHawks want to make, because they've got some home run hitters, Javon Tracy, Reggie Virgil, Cade McDonald. Surprised we haven't seen that in the first 30.
Absolutely. I mean, you're not going to come back with an 18-point deficit running the ball in the second half. It's just a thing. I mean, Miami's going to come out here and they're going to spread their offense out like they like to, and Brett Gabbert's going to have to throw some good balls. I mean, he's going to have to pick up some quick first downs and some quick drives here. You got to score quick if you're Miami. I mean, it's do or die now. You're here playing for a MAC title, play like it. And that's got to be the story here in the locker room right now. Play like you want to be there. Because right now they do not look like they want to be in this game at all. It almost looks like I don't even know. They look tired or something. Something's wrong with this team right now, and they haven't looked like this at all during MAC play since that Toledo game.
Yeah, that's a really good comparison. Seems like just this Miami defense especially getting complacent, kind of not bringing this extra juice. But Ohio, 0-5 in MAC championship games. They're hungry. This is like the RedHawks last year facing off against a Toledo team that was in the MAC championship 2 years ago, winning that. So kind of a little pattern here. We're seeing the potential repeat champion playing a little bit sluggish in their second year. RedHawks, I mean, this is a nightmare situation if you're a Miami fan. You potentially haven't watched the game. You look up at the scoreboard, you see you're down 18 points, just a tough situation to be in, but there's still time left, and the RedHawks hoping to make some big adjustments. How can the RedHawks come back in this second half, Gavin?
Well, like I said, it starts out, you got to spread out the offense. You got to go in a little spread. Let Gabbert kind of deal with the football in his hands. He's a six-year senior. I mean, you got to let him make these plays. He's been in these moments before. He's been down. I mean, in the Toledo game, he almost made that comeback. I mean, you got a good sign there. So you got to trust your quarterback. You got to trust the big plays and connect on a few of those and get in a good position. I think first things first, this defense has to get a stop, though. You don't want to talk about coming back until that defense gets to stop to start out that second half. Because if you can't do that, I mean, down 28-3. Sorry, but Miami's not the New England Patriots against the Atlanta Falcons in the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't know if I see 25-point comeback here. So get a stop, make the big plays, connect on some, and score quick. You got to score quick.
I think in that pregame segment, you covered it perfectly. Time of possession, I mean, Ohio's done just that. 3 drives and 3 touchdowns. Just they've been dissecting this Miami secondary, dissecting this defense, and 18 minutes of possession and 21 points. I mean, that's going to win you a lot of games, and they've looked confident.
Yeah, that time of possession all starts with Parker Navarro. You have to give all credit to him. I mean, he's dealt this whole game out. He had it planned out in his head. It almost looked like each drive. He's stayed calm back there throughout the pressure that he's getting. He's made great plays. He hasn't made a wrong decision yet. He hasn't done anything wrong decision-wise yet, and that's what Miami wants him to do. They're trying to get him to force his bad interceptions. I mean, he's got 10 this year. I mean, but he hasn't done that at all. He's looked amazing, and he's really stayed calm and led this offense down the field slowly but surely, and they scored all 3 times. I mean, you're not going to win a football game if you're Miami and there's other teams scoring 3 for 3 in the first half. I mean, so.
And the thing with that, too, is, I mean, there were a few plays where he dropped the snap, but he just picked it up and improvised. That's
right.
Exactly what Ohio wants to do. They kind of want to trick this Miami defense, and it's worked so well. But
they're not doing anything crazy either. This offense, we know they're not going to do anything insane. They're not going to go out there and do a trick play on you every possession. No, they're going to do these simple read options and let the quarterback make the decision with the ball in his hands, and it's worked perfect right now. I mean, they're not going to take deep shots, really. They're going to do those little screen passes if they're going to throw it, and they're going to make plays from them. That's what they've done in this first half, and Miami hasn't had an answer yet. So hoping Miami can come out here in the second half, have an answer, and make this a game. It's kind of what you need right now.
About 7 minutes left. We'll finish up. Who's your X factor in this second half? Who's going to have to make the big plays to win this one?
On the offensive side, I think you got to look at Javon Tracy. He has 3 receptions for 33 yards, and those came in the first possession for Miami. He hasn't gotten anything since then, so I think you got to start off by giving it to him. Him and Reggie Virgil, I mean, they're the big plays on the receiving end, so I think you got those 2. And then on the defensive end, Matt Solopek's got to play better. He hasn't made an impact at all yet. It's kind of they've been running all over this defense, and he's that focal point of this defense, so he's got to make a stop and kind of has to make this defense run through him, if that makes sense, at that linebacker position. So I would say those 3 are the X factors for Miami in the second half.
Yeah, for me, it's got to be Brett Gabbert, 6 for 11 passing. Some of these passes have looked a little bit sloppy. I mean, on the side routes, some missed throws. He's just got to lock in, as I like to say. He's got to get it under control, and he's got to get that connection with Tracy, hopefully Virgil and company. But Cade McDonald, too, another guy, needs to get going. 1 reception for 3 yards. That's not going to win you a lot of games.
Yep. He's been non-existent. The passing game's been non-existent. I mean, 6 completions for Brett Gabbert in the first half. You're not going to win games doing that with this offense. This offense runs through Brett Gabbert in the passing game. Keon Mosey, that's how he opens up, is through this passing game. So they go hand in hand together, and can't get the passing game, can't get that running game either then. And that's why they're sitting here with no touchdowns and 3 points and haven't scored since 10 minutes in the first quarter. I mean, it's basically a scoreless half at this point. So, like I said at the beginning of the halftime show, I mean, the best part is you can't play worse if you're Miami. You're not going to come out here and look any worse than you did in the first half. So, got to go out here, make the first punch if you're Miami, and go from there. Get the stop on defense and go from there.
Got about 5 minutes left to go, and second half action coming up in just a little bit here from Ford Field. See if the RedHawks can win this one in the Battle of the Bricks. Trying to make it 3 straight wins against these Ohio Bobcats. But, Gavin, it's going to be a full team effort. It's going to have to be all hands on deck if they want to win this one.
Absolutely. This team they're old. They know they're experienced. they've been in positions, like I said. I mean, Brett Gabbert's been in positions like this before, so he's got to stay calm back there. I mean, Navarro's looked so calm back there, and I think that's been a big part for OU's offense in this first half. I think we need to see Brett Gabbert look calm back there, collective, make the right throws, make the right decisions. I mean, he's kind of looked rushed, like you were saying, like been off with those deep passes and not connecting on those, and that's been one of his issues, if I would say, this year. It's been his completion percentage, but today it's just been really, really off, only completing 54% of his passes with 6 completions. I mean, got to connect on some of those throws and stay calm back there in the pocket.
And hopefully in this second half, the offensive line gets more into a groove. It's kind of been a little bit underperforming. We've seen not many big runs from Mosey. We've seen the pocket kind of collapsing. Hopefully, if you're a Miami fan, you see that kind of turn up more. And, you know, the RedHawks' talented offensive linemen, Reed Holsky, Will Young, among other guys, a veteran, savvy group. Hopefully that gets going among everything else that we've already talked about.
Absolutely. And that's been one thing with Ohio. I mean, they're controlling the line of scrimmage. They're doing exactly that. They're making these holes for the run game. They're making it easy. Then that's developing these little screen passes that are tricking Miami's defense. I mean, they're dominating this game right now. Well-coached first half, and if they do this again, then we're going to be talking about it in Ohio winning their first MAC title today.
About 3 minutes left. We'll turn it over to Luke and Bryan for the third quarter. It's 21 Ohio, 3 Miami. Miami, a lot of catching up to do if they want to win this one here in Detroit. Stay with us. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Be back in a moment.
Second half on the way here from Ford Field. It will be Ohio football coming out of the locker room, and they lead Miami 21-3 at halftime. Alongside Bryan Miller, Luke West Poley with you. And Bryan, the hallmarks of Chuck Martin teams, they play complementary football. They play very, very, very hard, fast, physical, the whole 9 yards. We didn't really see any of that in the first 30 minutes.
No, we sure didn't. It was a nearly perfect half from the Ohio Bobcats in the first half. Outside the first possession from Miami where they got a field goal, Ohio was pretty much perfect on the offensive end. 11-play touchdown drive, 18-play touchdown drive, and 10-play touchdown drive. They're 3 for 3. So with them getting the ball to start off the second half, Miami's defense so critically needs to stop. This is where you need your best players to step up. Matt Salapak, the rest of the linebacking crew, Rayon Strader, everyone's got to step up here for the Red Hawk defense.
And again, this is exactly the spot Ohio wants to be in, not just because they're leading by 3 scores. Any team would love to be there, but this Bobcat team runs the ball better than anybody in the MAC, and that also means they're the best clock-chewing team in the MAC. So you really got to keep the ball out of Ohio's hands as much as possible. If you're Miami, RedHawks were unable to do that as the Bobcats controlled time of possession in the first half. Miami's in the red uniforms, Ohio's in the whites. Kellen McLaughlin will kick it from left to right to begin the second half. As this spirals 9 yards deep into the end zone, it'll land as a touchback, and the Bobcats will come out first and 10 from the 25. Parker Navarro in the first half, 12 for 15 for 120 yards and a touchdown. On the ground, 8 attempts for 38 yards and 2 touchdowns. In addition, Anthony Tyus, 15 attempts for 75 yards in the running game for Ohio. They've matched their total rushing numbers from the first meeting with 110 yards in the first half. That was what they had all game last time they played Miami. And they'll come out 1st and 10 in a shotgun formation. RedHawks need a stop. They need it now. Coming right out of the locker room. Haven't done so yet. 2 receivers on either side for Navarro. The all-mat quarterback claps his hands and takes the snap. He'll look to throw, sets his feet, throws near side. It's caught at the sticks, and Harris will back over the 35-yard line up to the 36 for a Bobcat first down. Gain of 11 for Rodney Harris, the Cincinnati native, who led the team in receiving the last time these two squads met with 72 yards. That goes for 11. Tempo for the Bobcats. Navarro takes a quick snap. Handoff down the left side for Tyus. Breaks through a hole and spins across the 40-yard line. Brought down at the 41 after a gain of 5. And those 4 to 5 yard runs from Tyus really killed Miami in that first half, Bryan.
Yeah, that really was the story of the first half. Really puts Ohio in the position that they want to be in. These second and medium, second and short, third and short situations where they've done really well.
3 receivers wide to the right, 1 wide left, 2nd and 5 as Ohio takes it right to left. Ball in the left hash of the Bobcat 41. Navarro claps, takes a delayed snap, fakes left, now he'll roll right, throwing on the run, wide open catch made. Coleman Owen into plus territory. He's upended inside the 40, down to the 35-yard line, and there's a RedHawk that is down on the far side and rolling around in pain. That's Luke Evans, the defensive back who made the stop for Miami and immediately went down, and he was tumbling on the far sideline in pain. Ball marked at the 41-yard line. Nope, the 36-yard line. Scoreboard reads 41, but that'll be a gain of 23 for Navarro to Coleman.
We've really seen some nice downfield passing from Ohio on this drive to start it off. I mean, a couple nice runs as well, but the story's really been Navarro passing the ball on this drive as well. I mean, every time it seems like Miami has some kind of answer on defense, Ohio just knows how to respond.
You were hoping the RedHawks would come out with some fire under them in this second half. All not lost yet. Bobcats still not in field goal range, but close, and they've been working down the field. Not the start you like to see for Miami. It looked eerily similar to what they had in the first half. Timeout on the field here from Ford Field. 1:02 gone by, third quarter. Still 21-3 Bobcats. They've got the ball on the Miami 36 when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. Just over a minute gone by in the third quarter, and Ohio's already back where they left off, driving the football down the field. They lead Miami 21-3 and have it at the RedHawk 36, 1st and 10. Having already gone 39 yards on this drive.
I think the fortunate thing about that break, obviously getting an injured player on the Miami defense isn't a good thing. Let's not get that twisted. But for how long the break was, it puts the Ohio offense out of rhythm and gives the Miami defense a chance to reset. I mean, that's something that they really, really need right now.
So Navarro will come back out with the offense. Clock moves once again following the injury timeout. He's out of the pistol formation. Tyus shifts to his right side after starting behind his quarterback. Navarro takes the snap, looking to throw over the middle. It is caught by Owen, brought down after a 9-yard gain at the 27-yard line. Silas Walters made the tackle draped on the back of Coleman Owen, and it's 2nd down and 1. Ohio lines up quickly, and out of the gun, they will hand it off. Tyus stops his feet in the backfield. He is pushed back, fighting. They're going to give him forward progress all the way to the 25. Apologize, I misjudged that. That's a 1st down for the Bobcats. Looked like he had nothing. He got 2.
Yeah, that's quite a few times we've seen that today. It just
yeah, and you can see on the replay, he was tugged at from behind and fought through it to get across the line of scrimmage.
We've seen that quite a lot today. My goodness.
1st and 10, fresh set of downs for the Bobcats for the Miami 25. Ball on the left hash, Navarro. Standing still. Clapson takes the snap to his left, now rolling right, still going on the run, throwing, end zone, touchdown! On the run to Coleman Owen, brought in at the far pylon. And Ohio might have stuck the dagger in with a drive that took just over 2 minutes to go 75 yards to the house. They lead at 27-3.
And that drive was led by Parker Navarro once again, but his arm this time, that was quite a throw from Navarro there to get the Owen right in the breadbasket, a walk-in touchdown.
Johnny Spedick on for the point after. And he places it right down Broadway. Well, you needed a response out of the locker room. Say you didn't get it might be an understatement. 2 minutes and 21 seconds, all it took for Ohio to go down the field and score again. And the Bobcats lead at 28-3 now. Still plenty of time left. That's the one positive maybe you could take out of that drive with how quickly Ohio scored. But it is officially now or never time for Miami, as it will go back to the drawing board and look to put some points on the board here this afternoon. We'll take a timeout with 12:39 to go in this third quarter of play. Our score, Ohio 28, Miami 3. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. 12:39 to go in the third quarter, and this is approaching, if it's not already there, blowout territory. Bobcats just went down the field and scored in 2 minutes and 21 seconds, going 75 yards, and they now lead Miami 28-3 as the RedHawk defense still, through 4 drives for Ohio, has not kept the Bobcats out of the end zone. Miami offense, meanwhile, got points on their first drive, settled for a field goal, didn't feel too bad about it at the time. Since then, RedHawks have had nothing, and now they need to get into the end zone. Spedic leans into the kick. It will hop into the 6-yard line where it's picked up by Kevin Davis, working his way right. Davis is torn down, little past the 20-yard line. They'll get him up to the 22.
It's the second time we've seen a kick like that on Ohio Kickoff, and I think those have been the 2 best returns for Miami as far as kickoffs go.
Yeah, so not field position you hate for the RedHawks is a lot of times when we've seen them return kicks, they've been inside the 20, so you get a few extra yards there, but still inside touchback territory. Anyways, 2 receivers on either side for Gabbard, who takes the snap on first down, will fake the run, throw near side, complete to Virgil outside the numbers, gets near the sideline, and he is crushed out of bounds, but got out of the initial tackle up to the 32-yard line as Virgil makes his second catch, and that's good for 10 yards and a first down for Miami. RedHawks up to the line.
Obviously in a position now we're going to have to throw the ball often. Expect to see a lot of those types of passes.
High snap. Gabbert will hand it off. Mosey got out of the initial tackles. Ohio rallying. They'll meet him at the line of scrimmage and bring him down. Mosey running down the left side, and they'll actually give him a yard there. So 2nd and 9 up to the 33. And again, the RedHawks are up to the line quickly as they'll probably have to tempo this the rest of the game.
You would certainly think so. Mosey just not been able to get going today, just 22 yards.
Gabbert shifts his receivers a little bit. Miami out of sorts, twins to the left, 2 spread out wide to the right. Gabbert takes the snap, looking to throw, fires underneath, catch made. Tracy escapes to the outside, but bottled up just past the 35, out to the 37, 38-yard line. They'll give Tracy 4 yards on the catch, and it's 3rd down and 4 for Miami with 11:10 and counting to go in the third quarter. They trail it by 25 points.
And Ohio just playing defense right now, not trying to allow the big play. So a lot of short passes I would expect from the Miami offense.
Miami 2 for 5 on 3rd down today. Empty set for Gabbert. Bobcats rush 5. Gabbert under pressure, throws to the far side off the hands of Jack Coldiron, incomplete. Coldiron had 2 DBs at his back, but that ball was put right on his hands. If he hung on, that would have been a first down, and Miami's going to bring on the punt team.
And once again, Ohio bringing pressure there. Gabbert actually dealt with it, I thought, pretty well, at least better than he did in the first half. And if you're Jack Coldiron, you just got to help out your quarterback there. You got to get the big first down there and keep the chains moving. I mean, you got to give your defense some type of break.
Snap back to Bevelheimer, and he boots it away. This kick will side spiral and bring Owen all the way back inside the 15, but now he's got blockers, and Owen breaks through. Down the far side, Coleman Owen flag in as he heads down the far sideline with 1 blocker, gets past Bevelheimer, cutting it laterally across the field inside the 20, and brought down. Ball is out late in that one, and the RedHawks pick it up. Looks like they'll mark him down. We'll also check on the flag, but a huge return there for Coleman Owen. They do rule it a fumble, though. And I believe that Miami could, if this is a penalty on the Bobcats, just decline this and bring the offense back out.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. Did they say it was Miami football?
It initially looked like they didn't, but looking on the replay, that ball is clearly out, and what was announced over the PA was fumble, and this should be RedHawk football.
Yeah, it certainly looked like it on the video board here.
Hudson Powell, the long snapper, was the one who recovered it. Ooh, they're saying the returner was down. The penalty is a blindside block, so that's going to bring the return back. It's a 15-yard penalty from the spot. Flag thrown back at the Ohio 35. So that'll probably shift it back to the 20. Chuck Martin is protesting with the official on the near side. I don't think there's any reason if you're Miami that you cannot challenge this, and I think if you're Chuck Martin, you really have to at this point in the game. And again, on replay, it didn't really look like Owen was down. It looked like maybe the argument could be his forward progress was stopped, but that was not what the officials said over the PA. And now we're going to get an announcement from Andrew Special, our referee. Yep, they're going to review it. And I think, Brian, this is going to get overturned because, again, on replay, it was tough to see. In real time, you thought Owen might be down because he was kind of getting piled up on.
Yeah.
But then you look on the replay, and it looked like he was pretty much fully upright when that ball came out. So see if we can get another look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked that way. And you got to give credit to the Miami punt unit there, just not giving up on the play and trying to force that ball out, give your offense another shot. If you're able to get this ball back, could be the spark that this Miami team needs.
It is tough to see. I'm looking through binoculars at a TV about 30 yards away trying to see if that ball was out or not. It's tough to see there, but
yeah,
again,
I don't know why they're not playing it on the big board.
Yeah, the one replay that they showed on the big board before they announced this play was being reviewed, it sure looked like that ball was out. I think now looking back on it, Owen was fully, I made the comment Owen was fully upright. I think it's a little closer than that looking back on review. But again, it still looks like that football is free.
Yeah, I mean, like one or two looks that we saw here on the big screen that certainly looked that way, but it was kind of close, so I guess we'll see what happens.
And again, to be 100% clear, ruling on the field was down.
Right.
Because it was initially announced by the public address announcer that it was a fumble on the field, but then the officials came together, and what was announced by Andrew Special through the referee mic was ruling on the field was Owen was down. And again, it was not forward progress stopped. It was that he had his knee down. So this is not a matter of maybe an earlier whistle than the RedHawks were hoping for. This is just a pure situation of whether or not the knee was down. And this is a point in the game where you absolutely need this call to go your way. If you're Miami, here comes the big announcement. Okay, so that was not, if you caught any of that at all, what we thought. So the officiating crew initially announced that the penalty was a blindside block on Ohio. That was what was announced over the PA, and I think that's what Chuck Martin is furious about. And it was not, apparently it wasn't a blindside block on Ohio, it was a blindside block on Miami. And so that means, of course, that then Ohio has the option to just accept the penalty and replay the down, which Tim Albin is obviously going to do, but that didn't even think that was a possibility there, because again, they announced that that was an Ohio penalty, not a Miami penalty, and just a little bit puzzling there. They said the penalty was on number 43. That's Grant Lyons for the RedHawks, the redshirt sophomore out of Cincinnati, who I believe serves as a gunner for this Miami special teams unit, but
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
That's confusing, but it's going to be a 15-yard penalty on the RedHawks. Ohio will have the RedHawks then re-kick it, and so it's now 4th and 19 from the Miami 23. Coleman Owens stands at his own 36. Bevelheimer takes the snap, and now play stops.
What?
They're going back to the monitor.
what could they possibly be reviewing? We just did it.
So the Sickos committee is in attendance, by the way, in case you're wondering.
One of them is. I don't know if the other one.
A member of the Sickos committee. I'm sure they're all over this right now.
I'm sure they are.
In the world. So again, just to recap, Miami punts the ball. Coleman Owen, who is one of the best return men in the MAC, by the way. Again, averaging almost 11 yards per return. Looked like he was going to take it to the house. But as you mentioned, Bryan, credit to the Miami special teams unit. RedHawks raced back. There was an early flag that came in at the 35-yard line of Ohio. Miami punched the ball out, jumped on it. It was announced over the PA. It was RedHawk football. It was announced by the officials instead that the call on the field was the receiver was down. They're now going to make an announcement, so we'll pause the explanation for further explanation from Andrew Special. And as far as I know, they didn't change anything.
Yeah,
I don't really know what that last review was about. So anyways, they announced there was a penalty on Ohio for a blindside block. They reviewed it. They then said it was a fumble that Miami recovered, but the blindside block was not on Ohio as it was originally announced, rather on Miami. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. RedHawks were about to punt it. They got stopped by the officials, went back to the monitor. Don't think they changed anything. The RedHawks will kick it away. Bevelheimer scoots it to the far side, end-over-end kick. Coleman Owen will leave it go this time, and it skitters out of bounds at around the 34-yard line. And that's where the Bobcat offense will start.
All right.
I don't even know what to make of that. I
never seen anything
again,
like that.
I guess it's really not that confusing. It's just that a couple of things there were a couple clerical errors that confused the crowd, confused Chuck Martin, and confused us. In hindsight, it was just a penalty on Miami that negated a fumble. But I digress. Ohio's back on offense. It's 28-3 with 10:15 to go in the third. Ball on the 34-yard line of the Bobcats, and Navarro takes the snap. Handoff to Tyus down the left side with blockers. Tyus leans toward the 40. They'll mark him at the 39. Pick up a 5 for Anthony Tyus, up to 87 yards on the game. Ty Wise makes the stop. 2nd and 5 as we creep under 10 minutes to go in the third.
And really good blocking there from the left side of the Ohio O-line. They had Jacob Dennison cross over to make a block as well from the right to left. Another really good run there for the Bobcats.
2nd down and 5. Again, Miami's defense has only allowed touchdowns. 4 drives, 4 trips to the end zone for the Bobcats. Navarro takes the snap, rolling right. This is the option. He'll flick it back out. Tyus stops his feet, shuffles back inside, and he is brought down short of the line to gain. Did get a couple yards up to the 40-yard line, it looks like. Savio Frazier on the open field tackle for Miami. And it's 3rd down and 4, and another chance to get off the field for Miami's defense. Ohio is 4 for 4 today, converting 3rd downs. 3rd down and 4 from the Bobcat 40-yard line. They lead it 28-3 with 9:04 left to go in the third. Navarro. Extra blocker in the backfield. That's the tight end, Mason Williams. Offset on the right side of his offensive guard. Now motioned out wide. Takes the snap. Navarro looks to throw over the middle. It is caught for a 1st down just short of midfield by Coleman Owen.
So another really good 3rd down play for Ohio. This Miami defense just not able to get off of the field when they need to. They've had plenty of opportunities to make a big 3rd down stop, just haven't been able to today.
7-yard pickup up to the 47. 1st and 10, Ohio. Navarro out of the pistol will bring Tyus to his left. Play clock at 9 as he takes the snap. Will fake the handoff and take it himself. Getting around the edge, he beats Adam Trick down the near sideline and is finally shoved out of bounds at the 40-yard line by Eli Koppas after a 13-yard scamper. And he's into Miami territory down to the 40-yard line.
And it looks like Miami had that well read. It's just not able to catch up to Parker Navarro. I mean, just outran the Miami defense there, outran Adam Trick to the boundary.
Ohio taking their time here. Navarro out of the pistol. He's rushed for 51 in this game, averaging 5.7 yards per carry. Most of anyone with significant attempts in this game. Takes the snap, looking to throw, fires down the right seam. It is brought in and sunk for a first down by Mason Williams. Dropped at the 29-yard line of Miami by Eli Kappas. And Navarro continues to pick apart this Miami defense. His QBR 199.5 as he's 18 for 21 for 206 and 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and it's just exploiting the zone coverage that Miami is in. These short routes, able to find the soft spot at Mason Williams, just a short route there. I mean, it's a short game, but it's just death by like 1,000 paper cuts for this Miami defense.
Navarro takes the snap. He will again fake the handoff and take it himself. Following blockers, he crashed into his own man, got behind him, spun around, and got down to the 25-yard line. Looked like he kind of got his legs tied up with Williams, who was the lead blocking tight end there, but spun free and picked up 4. It's 2nd and 6 as the Bobcats continue to bleed time down, leading 28-3. They're in field goal range, and there's 6:42 to play in the third quarter.
I mean, even if Ohio doesn't get any points here, it's still a really good drive. The way they've been running the ball just drains all this clock for a team down 25. Miami's really running out of time.
It's been nearly 4 minutes since the drive started for Ohio at their own 34-yard line. Snap to Navarro, handoff down the right side. Tyus dodges initial tackler, stays on his feet, jump cuts outside, and between the hashes gets to the 17-yard line. We'll mark him at the 18 after enough for a first down. That's worth 7 yards for Tyus.
A couple really good jump cuts there from Tyus. Looks like he made 2 or 3 in a row. What should be like a loss turns into a gain for the Bobcat offense.
So Navarro sits in the pistol, twins to the left, and one solo man right. Ball down to the 18-yard line of Miami. Play clock in single digits. Navarro's got no problem with it. It's down to 3. And he takes the snap, fakes the handoff left, and will look to throw. Going to the end zone, one-on-one. It is batted away. Incomplete. Silas Walters was in one-on-one coverage with Owen, actually came up with the football, but the two were well out of bounds. And the incompletion makes it 2nd and 10.
Navarro trying to...
Oh, there is a penalty marker on the field. I'm sorry, I missed that. And that's a holding penalty on Ohio. It's a 10-yard penalty, and they'll replay first down.
It's the first penalty on Ohio today. Only 3 on the game so far. It'd be just very clean game. And first major setback we've seen for this Ohio offense probably all game.
Clock stopped with 5:35 left to go. Play action and another shot to the end zone for Navarro off the fingertips and incomplete of Owen. Again working against Walters. Coverage was good enough that time to limit Owen to only a tiny bit of separation there. Pretty good throw, and actually looking back in hindsight, Walters maybe gave a little tug there, but I guess call that good coverage for Miami. You'll take it. It's 2nd and 20.
Yeah, definitely take it if you're Miami. Walters, a couple good reps there trying to pick on him, but he has shut that down.
5.5 to go, third quarter, 28-3 Bobcats. Ball on the 28-yard line of Miami. 2nd down and 20. Seen Navarro go to the air a couple times. That was just his 4th incompletion. Takes the snap. It's a quarterback draw. Heading up the middle. Now he heads right, and he's got room. Navarro to the outside. Flag in as he heads out of bounds near the 15-yard line. RedHawks looked like a couple guys on the defensive front were furious before they saw the flag throw, and looks like this is going to come back.
Yeah, it looked like they could call holding on a couple people there.
Throughout the day, Ohio has had many runs where they initially looked like they'd only go for a yard or 2 and ended up being broken outside for a big chunk of yards. Typically, that would maybe turn your heads for a holding call. Today, though, it's just been because they've won the war in the trench most of the time. However, not on that play. Penalty is on Christoph Atkinson. Another holding call backs Ohio up, and now at least if you're Miami, the 2 holding calls have got Ohio 2nd and 30 with the ball on the 38-yard line, and they're back out of field goal range.
Yeah, at the very least, you could hang your hat on that. If you're the Miami defense, get a stop here, get the ball back without getting any points.
Navarro takes the snap. He'll have to throw. He'll fire over the middle. Catch is made. Cutting between the hashes. Hendricks is brought to the turf at the 29-yard line on the right hash after a gain of 9. You're right on the edge of field goal range here if you're Ohio. This is exactly on the career long mark for Gianni Spedic.
Lining up to go for it, though.
3rd down and 21 with the accepted penalty.
Oh, my bad. Thought it was
We've had some issues with that this
Yeah.
year, though, on the scoreboard, so I sympathize with it. Navarro takes the snap on 3rd and 21, facing pressure, spins away from it. Now he's brought down in the backfield. Ty Wise got back there. Finally, the RedHawks get pressure home, and they bring down Parker Navarro back to the 35-yard line. Looks like, though, in a dome, Tim Albin's going to roll the dice here and attempt a season-long field goal for Gianni Spedic. This will be from 52 yards away from the right hash. Again, we're indoors, so easier conditions to kick in than what you've had the last month or so in the MAC with the midweek games, which typically bring heavy wind. Like the long snapper might have come on late there for Ohio. Spedic from the right hash from 52 yards away, leading 28-3. Snap and hold clean. Kick has got the leg, and the kick is good with room to spare. It's a 6-yard season long for Gianni Spedic, the sophomore. And Miami finally holds Ohio off the board, but even the sack on 3rd down couldn't push the Bobcats off the scoreboard entirely, as the RedHawks should say hold Ohio out of the end zone, but give up 3, and it's now 31-3 Ohio with 3:35 to go in the 3rd quarter. Timeout on the field here at Ford Field. It's all Bobcats up 28 with just over 18 minutes left to play in this one. We're back after this. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .335 left to go, 3rd quarter, still all Bobcats. Miami finally didn't allow a touchdown. They allowed a career-long field goal instead. It's 31-3 Bobcats. Kevin Davis back deep to return for Miami. And Gianni Spenik will kick it away to him, fresh off the 52-yarder. Need to score, need to do it quick if you're Miami. As this kick is flipped into the end zone, and Davis says no thanks. Touchback. RedHawks will start at the 25. So far, Brett Gabbert, 8 for 14, 77 yards. No touchdowns, no picks, no sacks. He's been pressured, but those have mostly resulted in incompletions. He's not turned the ball over, which is nice, but RedHawks haven't really had the home run plays that they're used to with their offense on the field today. A little bit of shuffling up front. Gabbert takes the snap on first down, hands it off left. Keon Mosey looking to get to the outside, and he is tripped up in the backfield. Mosey will reach the ball forward back to the original line of scrimmage. Adonis Williams, though, made the stop after no gain from Mosey. RedHawks will tempo up to the line. 3:14 to go in the third, 2nd and 10. Gabbert looking to throw. 4-man rush. He'll chuck it far side, caught by Mosey, and he heads out of bounds at the 30 or 27-yard line. So only 2 there on the little out route for Mosey. And it's 3rd down and 8. Clock will move once again.
And once again, I mean, if they don't get this, it's another quick possession for the RedHawks. Since their first drive where they were on the field for a little more than 6 minutes, they haven't been on a drive for more than 2.5 minutes. So, I mean, just having trouble staying on the field.
Gabbert takes the snap and looks to throw. Pressure up the middle, throws to the far side. Should have been intercepted. It falls incomplete. It went right through the hands of Roman Parody, who was sitting alone. There were no RedHawks past the far hash of the field. Gabbert threw it low, and Parody couldn't dig it out. Brett Gabbert is just standing on the field right now by himself, and the Miami punt team's going to come on, and this might be a white flag here from Chuck Martin.
Gabbert's he's getting no time to throw, especially on 3rd down. I mean, every time Ohio brings pressure, it seems to work. Just no time to work for Brett Gabbert.
Bevelheimer sends a sky kick back for Owen inside his 25. He'll grab it and go backwards as the RedHawks swarm him all the way down to the 14-yard line. Would guess he's going to get some forward progress there, but we'll see how much credit the officials give him as he caught that ball at the 25, ended up getting tackled all the way near the 10. They will give him the 18. So that's the furthest back he was actually putting his feet down. RedHawks drove him back another 8 yards with the forward progress. He'll get him to the 18-yard line. And the Ohio offense returns to the field. 2:28 to go in the 3rd quarter. 31-3, the Bobcats lead. And Navarro will lead his offense 1st and 10. Takes the snap, a handoff down the right side for Tyus. He'll work it back inside. Of course, shed tacklers and get up to the 25-yard line for a gain of 7. I mean, it's tough, Brian, because you know what Ohio's going to do in this situation. If you're Miami, they still haven't shown the ability to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you never see from this Miami defense. I mean, usually so good against the run, not allowing the big play. And I guess they haven't allowed any really big plays today, but it's just 5, 6, 7-yard gains seemingly every play for Ohio.
Longest play of the game is a 25-yard Coleman Owen catch. As Navarro fakes the run and will head to the near side, and he's got green room. Navarro's going to stay inbound smartly, and he will be trickled down at the 36-yard line. Ambe Caldwell got him in the open field, but that's going to keep the clock moving for Navarro. And it's 1st and 10 Ohio from their own 36. Bobcats, by the way, in the modern age of college football, this seems really weird to say, but they got their bowl assignment in the middle of a conference championship game. We'll get to that in a moment after this 1st and 10 play. Navarro out of the pistol, looks at his offensive line, takes the snap, fakes the run. He's going to throw it to the far side, bobbled and dropped. Off the hands there of Hendricks, the most targeted Bobcat receiver today. Looked like he had a RedHawk hot on his tail. That might have been Evans, and was kind of focused on him and bracing for the hit before He had secured the football, ended up dropping it, and it's 2nd down and 10. Bobcats will play Jacksonville State, blowout champions in Conference USA yesterday in the Cure Bowl, which was Miami's bowl assignment last year. RedHawks fell to App State in pounding rain in Orlando. Bobcats bowl eligible for the 3rd straight year. Looking to win their 10th game here today, and they'll play Jacksonville State maybe with a chance for 11.
Should be a good game. Two pretty good teams. Hopefully for Ohio and the Bobcat fans, it's a lot drier than last year's Cure Bowl.
Navarro throws it over the middle, and it's knocked down, incomplete, and the RedHawks will not get the stop yet, but have made it 3rd and long on Ohio, forcing a couple incompletions after Silas Walters batted that down. There's an injured offensive lineman for Ohio, and so that'll force an official's timeout before this 3rd down and 10. For Miami, the RedHawks will be bowl eligible. The question is where for this RedHawk team. Been to a lot of bowls under Chuck Martin. Really, one of the areas that Miami has struggled, though, is winning the bowl games. As Martin has just one bowl win under his belt at Miami, even though the RedHawks have regularly been bowl eligible in his tenure. They won the Frisco Football Classic a few years back, and that is the only win for Coach Martin. RedHawks have gone to some decent bowls, but they've suffered losses, all really close losses, by the way, in bowl games. You think about the bowl games under Coach Martin, they really, the only one that sticks out, a blowout loss to Indiana, what was actually Billy Napier's last game coaching the Ragin' Cajuns before he departed for Florida. But the RedHawks, a close Bahamas Bowl loss in which they had a reach play at the goal line right as time was expiring to maybe keep that game within reach. RedHawks with a close loss as well against Mississippi State in the St. Petersburg Bowl early in the Martin tenure. But only one win under Coach Martin. Navarro's going to fake the run and take a deep shot on 3rd and 10, and he way overshot Coleman Owen. And up 31-3. This game is far from Miami's reach at this point, but maybe a little surprised there, Bryan, to see Tim Albin go to the air 3 times in a row when your running game's been this good and you're trying to chew clock.
Yeah, I was a little surprised. Your running game's just been so effective. If it ain't broke, why try to fix it? Don't really get it, but it is a rivalry game. I guess I don't know if OU is going to try to really pour it on the 4th quarter. Could be something to watch out for.
RedHawks got pretty good rush home on the punt, but Wilson still got rid of it. Cade McDonald calls for the fair catch, and he makes it at the 27-yard line of Miami. RedHawks will bring the offense on the field 1st and 10 from there with 50 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter, down by 28 points, 31-3. And if you're Tim Albin there, by throwing the football 3 times, you essentially saved Miami the 3rd quarter. So you could have just run the timeout. At least you give the ball back to the RedHawks if they get the stop in the 4th. Instead, they took some deep shots. On 1st down now, Gabbert will run it. Left side, Keon Mosey has a blocker, tiptoeing up the far sideline. He'll get close to the stick. And we'll see where they mark him. They will say the 35 is where Dustin Johnson, the safety, forced him out. That's a gain of 8, and it's 2nd and 2. RedHawks will get up to the line, try and get a couple more plays in before this 3rd quarter comes to an end. 30 seconds remaining. Gabbert out of the shotgun. 2 receivers tight to the formation left, 1 tight to the right. Gabbert again looking to throw. Looking over the middle, and he zips it in there. Caught by Cold Iron in a tight window, just shy of midfield. They'll mark him down at the 49 of Miami. First catch for the RedHawk 6th-year tight end, who said he only came back because his quarterback did. Brett Gabbert. RedHawks will get one more snap off with 5 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10, Miami. Gabbert sets his feet, tucks, runs, tripped up in the backfield. He'll be sacked. Gabbert goes down. Shea Taylor, who had a sack and a fumble forced last week, got Gabbert for a 1-yard loss, and that will run the timeout on the 3rd quarter. So 15 minutes left to go in this MAC championship game, and a heavy upper hand for the Ohio Bobcats. They lead Miami 31-3. We'll take a break and be back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. into the final quarter here from Ford Field, and Ohio leads Miami 31-3. Just a truly disastrous afternoon for this Red Hawk team, who are looking to repeat as MAC champions. Ohio has taken it to them in every facet here this afternoon. Red Hawks finally forced a punt. They're driving a little bit. They've got it 2nd and 11 with the ball on their own 48-yard line following the Gabbert sack to end the third. Gabbert takes the snap, rolls right, throws right. Catch by McDonald on the run, and he will angle out of bounds with the first down into Bobcat territory. They'll give him the 38-yard line. 14 yards that catch is worth for Caden McDonald. 1st and 10 Miami.
Really haven't seen a whole lot of Caden McDonald today, just his 2nd catch on the day. We mentioned the game he had last week against Bowling Green, but has been pretty absent here today.
Gabbert takes the snap again, looking to throw. He'll sidearm it to the far side. It is brought in by Tracy, and he will diagonally head out of bounds at around the 30-yard line. That's exactly where they'll mark him. Gain of 8. It's 2nd and 2.
I think as you would expect in this situation, Ohio defensively just playing to not allow the deep play, make Miami earn it by draining the clock, and Miami just trying to emphasize the short passes now.
Gabbert back to throw. He'll go to the end zone into triple coverage, and he overshot Cade McDonald. Incomplete. Don't mind that shot there on 2nd and short, because you need just 2 yards and it stops the clock. So 14:06 left to play. 31-3 Ohio from the 30-yard line. We will definitely not see Miami kick, I would imagine. So the RedHawks have a couple plays to go for this, and maybe another shot at the end zone here.
You could if you want. Looks like Ohio's going to bring pressure again.
They've got 6 up front. Gabbert changes the formation. Mosey's going to move in front of him in the backfield. And Tim Albin ran off the Ohio sideline to call timeout. So that's their first of the second half, and both teams will have a chance to talk this one over. Just a 30-second timeout, so a brief huddle for each squad. 54 seconds into the fourth quarter. 3rd down and 2 coming up for the RedHawks from the Bobcat 30-yard line. Ohio is looking for their first ever MAC title. They haven't won a conference championship since the late 60s. Tim Albin has done an excellent job with this Bobcats team. He's regularly turned them into an 8, 9, even 10-game winner in his 4th season now. The one thing that's evaded him, though, is a conference title. They were in the title game a couple years ago, lost to Toledo. Toledo then looked to repeat against Miami last year, were unable to do so. RedHawks looking to repeat. It's not been their day against the Bobcats. They'll come out for this 3rd down and 2. 2 wide to both sides for Gabbert. The back is Keon Mosey, quieted today with just 28 yards on 10 attempts.
Ohio's got 6 on the line right now.
Same front they came out with prior to the timeout. RedHawks will shift the far side slightly to bring twins. Gabbert takes the snap, looks that way. Now he'll tuck and run, throws on the run, tipped over the middle, incomplete. Gabbert stepped up and sauntered to the far side. He had to kind of sling that in there from a weird throwing angle, looking for Tracy. But Dustin Johnson was all over Tracy there with very good coverage, and he knocked it down to force the incompletion.
A very good coverage there from Johnson, staying on Tracy even as Gabbert was escaping the pocket.
Got to go here if you're Miami. 4th down and 2 from the Ohio 30. RedHawks go empty set. And Chuck Martin's going to call timeout. Goodness gracious. Couldn't have it there.
Man.
Your chances to do something with this deficit are slim, but really needed all 3 timeouts there. And unfortunate to have to take one. Looked like there was some confusion on the receiving corps for the RedHawks.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a personnel issue or potential play that he knew wasn't going to work, but confusion on the offense there.
So 4th down and 2 for Miami. RedHawks on the year, 37.5% on 4th down. That's 11th in the MAC. Conversions have just been plaguing the RedHawks all season long. As good as this offense has been in MAC play, because of the often reliance on big plays, the RedHawks have delivered on them in most games, especially in conference, but because of how often they lean on those big plays, you look at 1st downs, 3rd down conversion percentage, and 4th down conversion percentage. Miami sits 2nd from the bottom in the league in all of those categories.
Yeah, it really hasn't been too much of an issue just because of all the explosive plays that they've created, as you mentioned earlier, as well as their defense. They've done a really good job defensively, so it really hasn't mattered as much as it has today, but has really come back to bite them in this MAC championship game.
So it's a timeout on the field. We will stay here for it. By the way, while we have the chance, this may be our final time on the air for RedHawk football this year. Potential for the bowl assignment, but we'll just have to see. And there's some people that we owe some thanks to. First off, to all the SIDs that got us spots in various stadiums. We travel a lot this year, more than we typically have in the past, so big thanks goes out to sports information staff. Start of the year, Northwestern, Notre Dame. We were at Bowling Green last week. Did a game at Toledo as well this year. All the road SIDs that have treated us really well this year, and of course have to give a big thank you to the sports info staff at Miami that are just so good for us, not only with football, but really with everything else, every sport, every request we have. Dave Meyer, the longtime lead communications contact for this Miami football team. Tim Carey, Lamar Connard, all the students that help out. They have helped us at every step this year, and we appreciate all the work that they do, and a lot of it that goes unseen and unsung.
Yeah, a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, a lot of logistical stuff that they have to go through to help us out, and I mean, we really thank them from that. It does not go unappreciated.
So the RedHawks will come back out of the timeout. It's 4th down and 2 from the Bobcat 30-yard line. Again, they'll go empty. Twins to the right with a tight end in the slot, 2 to the left. Gabbert takes the snap, quick throw far side, caught by Tracy, spinning. He got close, looks like he got there. Wrapped up in the field of play, clock will run, but Tracy, it appears, got just enough, plus an extra yard down to the 27, gain of 3 and a first down for Miami.
Yeah, one way to beat the blitz is to go with the screen outside, and that's what happened there. Really good block on the outside by Miami, got them the first down.
Gabbert takes the shotgun snap. He will look at the end zone, fire there, and one-on-one, and he air-mailed Reggie Virgil. Incomplete. 13:28 to go in the fourth quarter with the clock stopped. 2nd and 10 coming up for the RedHawks.
Gabbert trying to go deep there. It's a one-on-one matchup. I think if you have a one-on-one matchup in the outside, this point in the game, considering the score, I think you have to take it, so don't blame him.
Very good coverage there, though, by Roman Parody, who kind of forced Virgil to work in tight real estate up the far sideline. Gabbert will take the snap again, look far side, catch made by Tracy, swerves his hips, and gets very close to the sticks, but short when he is mobbed at the 19-yard line, 18-yard line. Gain of 9, it's 3rd down and 1. RedHawks will get up to the line quickly. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right for Gabbert. Ball on the right hash as Miami works it right to left. RedHawks will run it, and Mosey initially got tripped up, but stumbles across the line to gain it inside the 15, down to the 14-yard line. First down for the RedHawks. The All-MAC Will linebacker Blake Leak. Bucknell transfer made the stop for Ohio.
Yeah, it looks like Mosey is going to lose his balance there and maybe not get the first down, but able to hold himself up, get a gain of 4, and move the chains.
12:37 to go in the fourth quarter. Gabbert shifts the formation. Miami's got to be in urgent mode here. First and 10. Gabbert takes the snap, throwing end zone into double coverage. It's intercepted. Brought in by Miles Fleming, the backup safety, who will take a knee in the end zone. Check that, rather, it's Tank Pearson, the top corner for Ohio. And if what previously transpired hadn't already sealed it, that certainly did, as Gabbert threw into double coverage looking for McDonald, and Pearson picked it off. Timeout on the field, and we will take a break with 12:22 to go. Bobcats will have the football up 31-3 with the ball on their own 20-yard line when we come back. You're listening to Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .22 remaining in the fourth quarter here from Ford Field. It's Ohio 31 and Miami 3. Most recently, really the first promising drive since the opening one for the RedHawks resulted in a Brett Gabbert interception in the end zone, and just nothing has gone in the RedHawks' favor throughout this game. Bobcats back on offense, and we'll try to bleed some clock here. Up 4 scores. First and 10 from their own 20 following the touchback after the pick by Tank Pearson. Navarro takes the snap. He will hand it off, and up the middle for about 10 yards goes Tyus. He'll stop him a yard shy of the line to gain after a 9-yard pickup. Tyus up to 111 yards on the ground on the day. RedHawks have had 0 answer for him as he's averaging over 5 yards a carry at 2nd and 1.
Kind of reminds me of Miami's offense in their performance against Central Michigan, the second half of that game, where everyone knew a run was coming and Central Michigan just simply couldn't stop it. Seeing a pretty similar performance so far from the Ohio offense all day today.
Snap and handoff down the right seam to Tyus, pushes the line up ahead to the 34, and he's brought down after a 5-yard gain and another first down. And this really kind of makes me think back to really a span of only about maybe 1 or 2 drives that Miami had in the UMass game, where the Minutemen just kept it on the ground and just pushed the RedHawks all the way back into their own end. And Miami would end up ultimately winning that game under pretty miraculous circumstances. But there were a couple drives where, the RedHawk run defense looked similar to what it did tonight, but they got stops when it mattered and had some timely offense. Handoff down the right side now to a new back for Ohio. Rather, that's Coleman Owen, the receiver, up ahead to the 37-yard line after a pickup of 4, 38 call it, gain of 4 for a 2nd and 6 set up now by Ohio.
And kind of like that UMass game, it's similar in that you have a dual threat quarterback. For UMass, it was Tyson Pumachan, and for Ohio today, Parker Navarro. And I think facing a quarterback like that has kind of given Miami trouble throughout this whole season, whether it's Mike Wright week 1 for Northwestern, or Brendan Sorsby at Cincinnati, or even Riley Leonard at Notre Dame. Miami's defense has really struggled with that.
Handoff, Tyus bounces it to the far side, and he's got room. Tyus looking to get to the edge. Caldwell shoves him out of bounds, close to the sticks. Pretty good open field tackle there by Caldwell, but still a chunk pickup close to the first down for Tyus. They'll mark him a yard short after a 5-yard gain. It's 3rd down and 1 for the Bobcats from their own 43. Clock will move under 10 minutes to play. Ohio's got this game within their hands. It's 31-3. Again, the Bobcats are curable bound to play Jacksonville State. They'll already be a 10-game winner, looking to be an 11-game winner. They could pick up a bowl victory over the CUSA champs coming up in a few weeks. 3rd down and 1. Navarro spreads his arms out, claps and takes the snap. Handoff up the middle. Tyus finds a wrinkle and punches through it all the way up to the 49-yard line. That's enough for a first down for the Bobcats after another chunk pickup, 6 yards, this time from Tyus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really been death by 1,000 paper cuts for this Miami defense. The constant 5 to 7 yard gains, especially in the rushing game for Ohio, has really killed this Miami defense.
Out of the shotgun, Navarro takes the snap. It's a play action. He'll sling it to the near wing. It is caught by Max Rodarte, who gets away from all the RedHawks in the area and cuts it outside the numbers, racing into Miami territory to the 31-yard line. Tackle by Ambe Caldwell after a big pickup there as Rodarte goes for 20.
And a missed tackle there initially from the Miami defense. Rodarte able to turn a smaller gain into a larger one.
So Navarro will work out of the pistol, and the Bobcats will keep the ball on the ground. Fake handoff, Navarro straight ahead. Will dive across the 25 down to the 24. 2nd down and 3. One real fun thing, at least, that you can take away from this game for both Miami and Ohio. You got a couple of quarterbacks that are out of eligibility after this year. You can answer those questions later, but what that has meant is these guys want to play, even in this situation. If you had a guy that maybe had some years left, you would maybe consider taking him out. But both guys are going to play it right down to the final whistle, it appears.
And hopefully for both these teams, that applies to the bowl game as well. Certainly a lot of senior players on both these squads would like to see those guys play in the bowl game.
Handoff down the right side, gets 3 yards for the first down to Tyus. Ty Wise makes the stop. And it's 1st and 10 Ohio up to the 21. 7:16 and counting to go in the 4th quarter. 1st and 10 Ohio. Tyus will sit back as the clock moves under 7 minutes to go. Tyus claps his hands once, now awaits, claps again, and he'll hand it off up the middle, and a huge hole down the right side. Tyus will walk into the end zone for a touchdown. 21 yards, Anthony Tyus into the end zone for the first time in the game. a cherry on top of an unbelievable performance by the graduate student. 151 yards now on the day. Make it 37-3 Ohio with 6:45 to go.
Yeah, just a monster day for the grad student and Northwestern transfer. 151 yards. Gets his first touchdown on the day for how good he's been. Certainly deserved that touchdown there. Really good blocking from the offensive line. Just strolled on in.
PAT through from Spedick. And it's 38-3 Ohio with 6:45 left to play. Timeout on the field here from Ford Field. We'll stay here for it as we begin to wrap things up here on this season. Again, it just depends on Miami's bowl assignment. This might be the last you hear from us this year football-wise. It might not. It will not be the last you hear from us, period, this year. We've still got lots of hoops for you coming up. Hockey as well. We got hockey coming up later tonight, by the way. 7 o'clock puck drop between Miami and North Dakota right here on Red Hawk Radio. Back home in Oxford for this Red Hawk team. They'll have their bowl coming up, and then next year, disappointingly, no more UC game for Miami. It's going to be a Red Hawk team that looks a lot different. You're going to lose a lot of the big contributors. No more Matt Salopek, no more Ty Wise on the defensive end of the ball, among others. The big one, though, is you're not going to have Brett Gabbert. And again, this is a very unique situation to be in if you're a Miami fan, not only because you're losing your starting quarterback. Teams lose their starting quarterbacks to graduation all the time, but if you're a Red Hawk fan, was speaking with Dave Meyer about this a couple weeks ago, you have basically spent the last decade headed into an offseason knowing exactly who's going to start for you the next year. First, it was Gus Ragland for 3 seasons. And then for the last 6, it's been Brett Gabbert. And of course, Gabbert has dealt with injury. He's had multiple season enders. It's been a very bumpy road to the end of his college career, but headed into every season across all 6 for Gabbert, he's been the guy. And before him, it was Ragland. And in fact, Gabbert's been here for a long enough time that Ragland was able to graduate, go GA at Notre Dame, get his coaching career kicked off, and then return to Miami as the quarterback's coach, where he is now.
How often do you see that?
That's crazy.
Wild.
But yeah, I mean, you're going into this offseason if you're Miami. I think Red Hawk fans, based off what they saw, especially in that Central Michigan game when Gabbert got hurt and you were thinking, uh-oh. And then Henry Hessen came in and, you know, he didn't throw the lights out necessarily, but he ran the offense, and I think that was impressive if you're a Red Hawk fan. Certainly the best you've seen from him after, you know, he came in spots the last 2 years, either in garbage time or when he was playing, you know, in the Cure Bowl, not really conditions where you can evaluate whether or not he's a great quarterback, but
certainly not.
You can, you know, you could go that route if you're Miami. You could go to the portal. Red Hawks have some underclassmen quarterbacks maybe they could look to. They've got the second best recruiting class in the MAC coming in. Gabbert started as a true freshman. That was rare. He was the first one in about 20 years to do that as a true freshman for Miami. But, yeah, I mean, this is going to be an offseason that's going to see a lot of changes for this Red Hawk team, and most notably at the quarterback position.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Hessen and then also Maddox Kopp as well, the transfer from Colorado, made an appearance in the Cure Bowl game last year. Both of those veteran players as well certainly have seen a lot of football, just not a ton of playing time. But regardless if it's one of those two, or if you decide to go to the portal to add another quarterback into the mix, it will certainly be a different look from the quarterback position as well as throughout this entire team, honestly. I mean, just looking at the offensive line as well, a couple seniors and a 5th year in Holski, so it's going to be very interesting to see what this team looks like, what they do in the portal as well, to see how they fill those holes.
Fair catch was called for by Kevin Davis and made, so that means it's a touchback, and Henry Hessen is into the game at quarterback for Miami. He's played in 4 games this year, 7 for 17 through the air for 93 yards and a touchdown. He'll hand it off on first down, and bursting through the line goes Jordan Brunson. It's been a little bit since we've seen him, but he crashes and bangs up to the 32-yard line, gain of 7, and it's 2nd and 3. And not to put salt on the wound too much for Miami fans, but in addition, you know, being as real as we can be, might be in for a little bit of a rough 24 hours as well, as now with the conference championship gone, and what's going to come up tomorrow is you're going to start to see some players that won't be in uniform for Miami next year, as Brunson gets the handoff, heads forward, gets up to the 36, and that's enough for the first down on the 4-yard pickup. You know, the bowl game is, over the last few years since the portal's become a thing, kind of become an afterthought for a lot of teams. And obviously it matters. It matters to the seniors. It matters to the fans. And, you know, everybody's still going to watch and care about it. I'm not saying that by any means. But, you know, it's been clear that there's been some, you know, portal exoduses that have happened before you play your bowl game, before your season's officially wrapped up. And we'll likely see the start of that tomorrow with Miami. 9-yard handoff down the left side to Jordan Brunson. Clock moving again, 5:25 left to go. It's 38-3. So also, if you're the RedHawks, you take Gabbert out. Again, this is not the end of Gabbert's career. The road doesn't end here. You would have to imagine, is going to play in the bowl game, given that
I hope so.
That would potentially be the last competitive football game of his career, unless he decides to pursue a pro opportunity. Handoff up the middle to Kevin Davis. He is stacked up right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd down and 1 with under 5 minutes to play.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned a lot of the seniors on these teams in 5th years and 6th years. You'd have to imagine a lot of them will be playing in the bowl game, so it'll be important for them and who else plays for Miami to send them off the right way, hopefully with a victory in whatever bowl game Miami gets selected in.
Hessen hands it off. Kevin Davis angles through a hole down the right side, and he gets pummeled down to the turf at the 49-yard line. He's got the first down. Took a pretty good hit there, but gets into Ohio territory. 4:19 left to go with the clock moving. Ohio leads it 38-3. This game has never really been close. Miami took a 3-0 lead. Bobcats answer with a touchdown, and since then it's been all OU.
But then on the other side of that coin, to my point earlier, is that there's going to be a lot of leadership roles that will be open throughout all positions for Miami next year. So that's going to, a lot of players are going to need to step up next season.
Handoff down the right side to Nate Milanowski into the game at running back. Goes for 2 yards and 2nd down and 8. Nice for Milanowski, as a Grand Rapids, Michigan native, to get a couple touches here in his home state. Hessen out of the gun on 2nd down and 8 with 3.5 to play. Clapson takes the snap. Hessen fakes the handoff, pumps once, rolling, far side, scanning. He will tip the shoulder and lean across the line of scrimmage. Forced out of bounds after a short pickup of about a yard. 3rd down and 7 coming up for Miami. Next RedHawk game will for sure be there for will be August 30th of next year, Camp Randall. Miami and Wisconsin to open up the 2025 season.
Be interesting. Wisconsin looking for a new offensive coordinator. It'll be a big year for Luke Fickell and the Badgers.
A lot of familiarity between Martin and Fickell, and many victory bells played. All won by Fickell, by the way, as Hessen takes the snap, tucks and runs to the near side, and he's bottled up along the near part of the field at the 43-yard line. RedHawks ended their victory bell drought last year in the first year under Scott Satterfield for Cincinnati. That game, again, will not be played next year. That was a really unfortunate announcement that happened in the offseason, citing the realities of the new scholarship rules by the NCAA. Miami needed to play another bye game. I would like to put out there that it was a bit of a misconception about why that game was not being played, as Hessen readies. Miami will run probably one final play before the 2-minute timeout. It's a run to Brunson. He's wrapped up in the backfield on 4th down, and Ohio's going to take over with 2:03 left to go in the game. So the Bobcat offense will come back out leading 38-3, and will likely, they'll have to run it and get a first down because of the 2-minute timeout, but then take some knees if they could get the first down. Yeah, just to clear the air, this was, confirmed by Miami Athletic Director David Saylor. I think a lot of Miami fans said Cincinnati was scared to play the rivalry after the RedHawks beat them last year. That was not what happened. It was Miami that kind of had to back out of it themselves because, you know, the reality is you got to play another bye game to fund the whole operation. If you're the RedHawks, you weren't making much money out of the rivalry game. Of course, we all love it, and both athletic departments have committed to saying that rivalry will come back hopefully soon. They're trying to work something out right now as a handoff goes up the middle for the Bobcats to Nolan McCormick. Scampers ahead down to the 45-yard line of Miami, gain of 9. That brings us to the 2-minute timeout. We'll stay here for that. But, yeah, no Cincinnati game next year for the RedHawks. There will be one final edition for the moment of that rivalry that will come at Paycor Stadium in 2 years' time as the RedHawks take on the Bearcats of Cincinnati. But again, both athletic departments have committed to doing their best to try and work out a deal where they could play that rivalry. It would probably be a neutral site rivalry that was not played every year, was what was reported. But, you know, I think both Miami and Cincinnati, I think true fans of both of those teams, you know, at the very least, just would like to see that game played on a somewhat regular basis. You'd love to continue it as it was, but unfortunately it's just not a reality that both schools could keep up with the modern landscape of college football. So just hoping that that game can, you know, resume at some point. And for this Miami team, yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting offseason coming up. Again, yeah, you'll have about 3 weeks roughly to prepare for the bowl, depending on what your assignment is, which you will know.
Yeah, my notes
potentially tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure tomorrow. Yeah, just going back to your point, Luke, about the UC game, with the House settlement that recently happened, athletic departments are going to have to act much differently because you're going to need a set amount of money to pay out all these scholarships and even revenue sharing as well whenever that comes into play. So it means you can't really take a whole lot of discounts, which sucks for an example like the Victory Bell game. But hopefully they get that game played every so often just to keep it going. Because a game like that is what college football is all about, in my opinion. Just the local connections, just in day-to-day life. You know, UC and Miami, the friendly banter. I mean, it's always very competitive as well. Games like that is what college football is all about. But I will add, Luke, it will be a pretty challenging non-conference schedule for the RedHawks next year.
Yeah.
You mentioned the game at Wisconsin to start off the year, and then they're at Rutgers the following week. A pretty solid program now under Greg Schiano. And then no games scheduled after that. I don't know if that'll be a conference game or potentially a bye. But then week after that, replacing the UC game with, or I guess that'd be replacing the Missouri game as well. But
yes.
UNLV at home. I mean, UNLV has been a phenomenal program the past couple of years with Barry Odom. We'll see if he stays there in Las Vegas, but that being a home game is a major opportunity for Miami to really show what they're about and try to elevate themselves as one of the best group of 5 programs in the country.
Certainly, and yeah, again, this roster is going to look different, but like you said, this schedule, while challenging, yes, is put together in a way, if you're Miami, that, like you said, you can kind of prove some things. You know, you've got some teams that you can maybe pick off in non-conference, and, you know, you're not playing a couple of teams that'll likely, when you're playing them, be anything like top 10, top 15. They're going to be good teams. They're
right.
Power 4s, of course they will be, but it's going to be a schedule much like this year that's challenging, but you're going to have pretty much winnable games across the board if you're Miami.
Yeah, it's doable. I would say every game in Miami's schedule this year was very winnable besides the Notre Dame game. And even then, after what Northern Illinois did, what they did, maybe it wasn't so unwinnable.
Certainly. 2nd down and 1 for Ohio coming out of the timeout. They'll run it right up the middle and get the first down out to the 40-yard line for McCormick. 3rd stringer into the game for Tim Albin, and that's going to likely officially wrap it up. Chuck Martin's got 2 timeouts. I doubt he'll use them here. We'll see if the Bobcats just kneel this or if they're going to continue to run the ball. They are in victory formation, so the Bobcats will have to take 2 knees that separate them between now and their first MAC title in school history and first conference championship since 1968.
I mean, honestly, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this is the best win in the history of the Ohio football program.
Certainly.
Honestly, I mean,
because the Bobcats, they've notoriously not had a conference championship in the MAC until now, and they have really, although they've been really, really close a number of times, have struggled against top 25 teams and power conference foes, and that was the main knock against this Ohio program, and now at least one of them is gone.
yeah.
Bobcats are going to win the MAC.
And I think for this Bobcat fan base, the fact that you did it against your arch rival is even sweeter, and I mean, obviously the fashion that they did it as well. I just gotta give credit to Tim Albin. I mean, the way he took over the program as well, with Frank Solich retiring in late July, August, what he's been able to do with the Ohio program is truly remarkable. 3 straight 10-plus winning seasons. Really, really great job.
Final knee taken. That's going to do it here from Detroit. A dominant effort from start to finish by the Ohio Bobcats. They win their first conference championship since 1968 as the Bobcats beat Miami 38-3 here from Ford Field. Again, keep an eye out to the bowl assignment coming up. Again, likely tonight or officially tomorrow for the RedHawks, as they will wrap up the regular season plus conference championship, an 8-5 ball club, and finish as the MAC runners-up. Miami will kick off the year next season on August 30th on the road at Camp Randall Stadium against the Wisconsin Badgers. We'll for sure talk to you then. Next time we're on the air later tonight, actually, back from Oxford, Jeff Middleton and Aiden Sones will be with you for Miami Hockey with puck drop at 7:05. And we'll be back for Red Hawk Hoops coming up a week from tomorrow. That's next Sunday as the Miami men's basketball team takes on Bethany. Well, Brian, this has been a whirlwind of the last 24 hours for you, Andrew, Relvas, and I, between Bloomington, Indiana, now Detroit, Michigan, a trip to Oxford in between for us, but a whole lot of fun. Unfortunate this unfolded in the way that it did for Miami, coming up short and really just not competing as well as they wanted to in a big-time letdown game. But RedHawks MAC finalists for a second straight year, and hoping with the recruiting class coming in, Miami can match it with a portal class and try to get back here coming up next season as well. So we wrap up this year. Brian, any final thoughts on this Miami team?
Well, I think for the underclassmen right now, if I was Coach Martin or anyone else on the Red Hawk coaching staff, I'd tell them to remember this feeling, because it sucks. You definitely don't want to be in this position again. Use it as motivation in your leadership roles to try to elevate this Miami program to get back to winning MAC championships.
So that will do it for us here from Ford Field as Miami drops the MAC championship to Ohio. 38-3 is your final score. Post-game coming up with Andrew Relvas and Gavin Stark after the break. Thanks so much for tuning in. For Brian Miller, rest of our Red Hawk radio team, Sean Wiesemann alongside as well. Luke Poley saying so long from Ford Field. Thanks for tuning in to this presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Thanks for the support all year long. It's been a blast. And we will talk to you next year from Madison, Wisconsin, coming up in August.
Jump around.
Welcome into the Red Hawk Radio postgame show. Final from Ford Field, 38-3. Ohio defeats Miami in the second edition of the Battle of the Bricks this season. And Ohio wins their first SMAC championship since 1968. Just a unreal performance, domination from start to finish, and the Bobcats get their first MAC championship in 56 years. What a game for these Bobcats, Gavin.
Absolutely. I mean, they from start to finish, they dominated this game. I mean, there was no sign of Miami having a chance in this one. From start to finish, Ohio, had a game plan, and they stuck with that, and that was they were going to control the time of possession. They were going to run it down Miami's throats, and they were going to win the offensive line battle. So they did that, and congrats to them on taking home the MAC title this year. I mean, they came hungry today, honestly. They were excited to get this second chance at Miami this year, get that part 2 of the Battle of the Bricks. They took it seriously, and you could tell they had one job, and that was to win this game, and they took that job very seriously from start to finish. So congrats to Ohio University on this victory, and also congrats to Miami. I mean, what a great season, starting out 1-4 and made it to Detroit still. I mean, still got a bowl game to play with. So season's not over yet, but just unfortunate for a Miami fan today to just end it like this in MAC play. I mean, nothing good to talk about Miami-wise for this game. But, yeah, congratulations to Ohio once again.
Ohio came into today with a record of 0-5 in championship games, but they win their first, and more importantly, I'm sure all Ohio fans, they beat their rivals, the RedHawks. This is going to be talked about for quite some time out in Athens, Ohio.
Absolutely. Just going over some of these stats, I mean, you got to give a shout-out to the quarterback, Parker Navarro. I mean,
incredible.
They haven't said the MVP yet, but I would say it's him.
Yep.
And I would think,
20 for 20 on that.
20 for 27, 74% completion rate, 0 interceptions, 235 passing yards, and 2 touchdowns, and that's just in the air. Running the ball, 13 attempts for 73 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. I mean, guy was the star of the show today. I mean, he dominated this game. Just looked like a leader out there. He looked like he had so much poise, just in the pocket, outside of the pocket, extending the plays, making the right decisions. Absolutely amazing game by him. He really just took control of this one from start to finish. Props to him and the Ohio Bobcats.
Anthony Tyus, too, 150 rushing yards. In total, 232 rushing yards for the Bobcats. I mean, almost 300 rushing yards if you want to get close to that. Just an unreal performance on the ground. Talked about it in the pregame. That's going to be their recipe for success, and they followed that and exceeded all expectations. And by the way, this is the biggest win in MAC championship game history. Win by 35 points. The second closest was Northern Illinois versus Bowling Green in 2014. 51-17 the score, and that one a 34-point loss. This one a 35-point loss. So the biggest loss in MAC championship game history. RedHawks falling today.
I was just more disappointed, Andrew, with the body language kind of for Miami in the second half. It kind of didn't. I was hoping they'd come out with some fire underneath them, and Ohio scored with ease on the first drive, and then it was over from there. I mean, didn't really see much from Miami at all in the second half like I was hoping,
Yeah.
Didn't see some fight, and that's not normal from Chuck Martin's teams. You don't see that usually, so.
Always super scrappy.
Absolutely, from start to finish. Kind of disappointed in that today. I'm not sure what the whole issue was. I wish we could say we could figure it out, but
yeah,
end of the season, so.
Yep.
Maybe play a good bowl game, get a bowl game win, and finish on a high note there. That's kind of the way you got to look at this as a Miami fan now. And if you're Ohio, I mean, you're going to get a good bowl game. 10-3, MAC champions, you're going to get a good bowl game, so exciting for them as well. I mean, unfortunate for Miami today, but once again, great season. I mean, starting off rough like that, a lot of fans were worried, would we be in Detroit? And they did just that, and they came in as favorites. So can't be totally disappointed in this team at all. In Ohio, I mean, they came into the season, lost so many people in the transfer portal, and then they see their former quarterback, Curtis Rourke. I mean, he's winning big games at Indiana. He's about to play in the college football playoffs. So, I mean, that obviously hurts for an Ohio fan to watch, I'm sure. But they go and they win 10 games this year and win a MAC championship for the first time. So, congratulations to them once again. I mean, unbelievable season by them.
Appreciate you for tuning in here and spending your afternoon with us. Ohio dominates the RedHawks. First MAC championship win since 1968. That year they had a 6-0 record, and they finally win it for the first time in nearly 60 years. What a season it's been for these Bobcats, defying all expectations, and what a job from Tim Albin, the head coach of the Ohio Bobcats. That's going to do it here from Ford Field. My name is Andrew Relvas, joined alongside Gavin Starks from Luke West Poley, Bryan Miller, and Sean Wiesemann. We say so long from the home of the Detroit Lions at Ford Field. Final score 38-3. The Bobcats defeat the RedHawks here in the MAC Championship game. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we will see you in our next Red Hawk radio broadcast, whenever that may be. Thanks so much. Have a great rest of your weekend.